much media and press as there is now, that's for sure. But, you know, again, there is pressures playing in the Canadian market, a lot of focus, people, a lot of eyes watching you, and they're on, you know, you can, if you want to look at all the, everything that's going on, well, you can, but, you know, I'm not really going to focus on that. Again, you just got to focus on the process. You got to really dial your mental side of things into just, you know, the team and focusing on the team and what's best for the team. You know, I really, you know, you got to simplify it a little bit because there is a lot going on, you know, in these Canadian markets, especially here in Toronto. Mm-hmm. So I think that's really important, just to, you know, focus on what you can control.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs at 8 p.m., New York Rangers take on the Florida Panthers. Rangers on Sirius 161, XM 219, and Internet 939. Panthers on Sirius 162, XM 220, and Internet 932. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs at 8 p.m., New York Rangers take on the Florida Panthers. Rangers on Sirius 161, XM 219, and Internet 939. Panthers on Sirius 162, XM 220, and Internet 932. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs at 8 p.m., New York Rangers take on the Florida Panthers. Rangers on Sirius 161, XM 219, and Internet 939. Panthers on Sirius 162, XM 220, and Internet 932. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs at 8 p.m., New York Rangers take on the Florida Panthers. Rangers on Sirius 161, XM 219, and Internet 939. Panthers on Sirius 162, XM 220, and Internet 932. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
Former goaltender for the New York Rangers and Hall of Famer Henrik Lundqvist stopped by SiriusXM NHL Network Radio on Channel 91 to talk with Steve Kouleas from the Power Play about what it was like in his early days going from a 7th-round draft pick to one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, so I think the big thing for me, going back, obviously, we're staying in Sweden and played for a few years. I got an opportunity to play for the national team. Again, we won 2 championships, and playing for the national team was great. You know, as a 20-year-old, 21-year-old, and throughout the year you have 4 tournaments. You have a break during the Swedish Elite League there, and you play against some of the best players in Europe. You know, so that was great for your development, and also I think my last year in Sweden, to your point earlier, it was a lockout year. So to have not all, but it was a ton of NHL players, and especially goalies coming to Sweden. I think it was at least 8-9 NHL goalies in the Swedish Elite League that year. So for me personally, to play against them and to see that I can compete at their level, and looking back, that's probably one of my better years of my career stat-wise. But it was just for your confidence, knowing that you can compete with them. I think that was big for me. Because then when you move to New York and maybe you're a little unsure of where you're at when you compare yourself to all these other players, and a lot of them you look up to so much because you've been watching the league for many years. But the fact that I had that last year in Sweden, opportunity to play against them and compete and also win, and I think that helped me a lot with the transition coming to New York and the NHL.
When in that month by Halloween, we all love Weeksy, we're all colleagues now, that you knew, that you say, Cooley, I knew I belonged after blank. October, a game in October, U.S. things. Like at times you look around and go, okay, I can do this. When was it for you, Henrik?
I don't know. I don't think I took my head up. It was just head down, work extremely hard, and you never know how long it will last. But I remember those first couple months, training camp with Weeksy, and I think he got hurt early on, so I had an opportunity to play a few games and start winning. And then, when you get that opportunity, you want to make sure you make the most of it. But I think I didn't reflect that much. It was just head down and just really try to establish yourself. But I remember it was so much fun. And this happens to every player that enters the league. When you start playing, you're playing against your idols, your teammates with players you looked up to. Because when you enter the league as a 20-year-old, 21-year-old, whatever, you have a lot of players that they've been in the league for 10, 15 years. So you were 8, 9 years old when you were watching, and suddenly your teammates or you're playing against them. And it's just such a cool moment, because everybody goes through it and you work so hard to get there. So it's a dream come true when it happens. And there's definitely moments throughout that first year you have to pinch yourself. But I remember thinking back that there was a lot to take in, but just an amazing experience.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs at 8 p.m., New York Rangers take on the Florida Panthers. Rangers on Sirius 161, XM 219, and Internet 939. Panthers on Sirius 162, XM 220, and Internet 932. National feed on SiriusXM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs at 8 p.m., New York Rangers take on the Florida Panthers. Rangers on Sirius 161, XM 219, and Internet 939. Panthers on Sirius 162, XM 220, and Internet 932. National feed on SiriusXM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest.
Hey Insiders, TSI Mike here. Thanks for joining us for this Game 1 of the New York Rangers and the Florida Panthers Eastern Conference Finals. Appreciate you all being here. It really means a lot to me to see this chat going crazy every single time we go live here on Toronto Sports Insider. So thank you for that. Please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button as well if you are new here. And if you've already done so, and with that 21,000 there, which, my God, we've been going down the last day and a half here with the Blue Jays games after all the success we've had through these hockey games. So hit that subscribe button, turn on that little bell, and join us every single time we go live. Come hang out with the bees. We'll talk to you guys later. See you in the chat.
Please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and
everything team. Choose to see clearly. Stop getting foggy glasses while watching the game. No glasses, no contact lenses. Call Dr. Bosom, the Panthers eye surgeon at 954-442-1133. Plus, just by mentioning the Panthers, they'll give you $1,000 off your procedure, and they're offering 0% financing for 2 years. CorrectVision.com, the only eye center in South Florida to offer all 5 vision correction procedures. Be sure to schedule your free consultation. Call 954-442-1133 or visit CorrectVision.com.
This is the sound of real people across Florida betting on sports. It's the sound of winning your bet, only on Hard Rock Bet. And if your first bet doesn't win, you get up to $100 back to try again. Hard Rock Bet is Florida's only legal sports book. Your home for betting hoops for any sport you choose. Download Hard Rock Bet now and get 2 shots at your first bet. Win, or you'll get up to $100 back as a bonus bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to play. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
This is Panthers Preview, presented by Verizon on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Panthers Preview continues. Kevin Rogers with you as we're getting closer to Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final at Madison Square Garden between the Panthers and the New York Rangers. So looking forward to this matchup. And Game 2 coming up on Friday night from the Garden at 8 o'clock. Then Game 3 Sunday afternoon at 3 back at Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise. Game 4 on Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. And that's the schedule for the Eastern Conference Final. Tomorrow, the Western Conference Final begins in Dallas between the Stars and the Oilers as we take a look at the JetBlue out-of-town scoreboard. JetBlue, you above all, and Dallas and Edmonton will get things going tomorrow night at 8:30 from American Airlines Center. And obviously, we will see one of these two teams in the Stanley Cup. And the Stars last year, who finished shy of the Stanley Cup after they lost to the Vegas Golden Knights, see if they bounce back. Edmonton hasn't been to the Stanley Cup final since the early 90s. It's been a while for them. So Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, and the rest of the Oilers trying to get a Canadian team back in the Stanley Cup final. And they will begin their series coming up tomorrow at 8:30. Other news inside the NHL, former Maple Leafs coach Sheldon Keefe is now the new head coach of the New Jersey Devils, as he was hired earlier today. Meanwhile, in Major League Baseball, the Miami Marlins looking for a series victory tonight at home against the Milwaukee Brewers, and the Marlins a 1-0 lead, bottom of the 6th inning from Lone Depot Park. The NBA Conference Finals continue tonight as the West gets underway. Talk about the Stars in the NHL, the Mavericks in the NBA, so big time in Dallas for both of their teams. Getting closer to the championship. The Mavericks in Minnesota tonight against the Timberwolves. Game 1 of that series, and that is coming up at 8:30. Before we step aside, let's pause for station identification across the Florida Panthers radio network.
The fastest game on ice.
Next Smalls, he's in. Smalls to step up, he scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
AIS HD2 Boca Raton.
Coming up, we'll hear from both the head coaches, Paul Maurice on the Panthers side, Peter Laviolette on the Rangers side, and we'll have some hockey tonight from Madison Square Garden, the Panthers and the Rangers. Panthers' second straight year in the Eastern Conference Final. Looking forward to this matchup. Stay tuned. Panther Preview continues right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
You love watching, following, and sometimes even playing the game. Don't ever let an injury keep you from it. Let the all-pro staff at Baptist Health Orthopedic Care, the official sports medicine provider of the Florida Panthers, get you back to what you love. Visit baptisthealth.net/ortho for more information. Doesn't it feel good to know you can go where the pros go?
Choose to see clearly. Stop getting foggy glasses while watching the game. No glasses, no contact lenses. Call Dr. Bosom, the Panthers eye surgeon at 954-442-1133. Plus, just by mentioning the Panthers, they'll give you $1,000 off your procedure, and they're offering 0% financing for 2 years. CorrectVision.com, the only eye center in South Florida to offer all 5 vision correction procedures. Be sure to schedule your free consultation. Call 954-442-1133 or visit CorrectVision.com.
Imagine a bank that lives for assists. One that sees their customers as part of a team with a common goal to achieve your dreams. Well, imagine that. There is one. We're Amerant. We're ready to help you wherever you are in life. And just as importantly, wherever you want to go. Because at Amerant, we want you to live a life beyond what you could imagine. Amerant, official bank of the Florida Panthers. Member FDIC.
There's a problem if you drink and drive a boat. It never just affects you. Voting under the influence is illegal and dangerous. Save lives by staying sober. Learn more about Florida's voting laws at myfwc.com. Brought to you by the FWC Division of Law Enforcement.
Barriers. I'm all about breaking them. Hi, it's Luis Fonsi, international recording artist and South Florida resident. When it comes to creating music, I love mixing different musical styles and creating something new and unexpected. Ford builds SUVs and trucks the same way, breaking barriers with what you expect. Ford delivers strength, capability, and mixes in a level of comfort and style that's new, exciting, and perfect for South Florida. Visit your local Ford dealer today to get a great deal on a new Ford SUV or truck.
You love watching, following, and sometimes even playing the game. Don't ever let an injury keep you from it. Let the all-pro staff at Baptist Health Orthopedic Care, the official sports medicine provider of the Florida Panthers, get you back to what you love. Visit baptisthealth.net/ortho for more information. Doesn't it feel good to know you can go where the pros go?
This is Panthers Preview, presented by Verizon on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Welcome back inside Madison Square Garden here in New York City. Panthers and the New York Rangers tonight as we begin the Eastern Conference Final. Time for our pregame conversation with Panthers head coach Paul Maurice, sponsored as always by Celsius. Hockey fans, don't sit this one out. When it's game time, make Celsius part of your play and get that energy up. Game day's fueled by Celsius Essential Energy, the official energy drink of the Florida Panthers. And Paul Maurice begins our conversation by saying his team is prepared and ready to go.
I mean, they've seen enough video, right? They've had enough of all of it, so we're looking forward to dropping the puck and we can get kind of topical and get right on top of it. But you know, they're wired for it, right? Every day they're paying attention, but practices are over and now we can get going.
And the guys that were here last year, I'm sure, learned a lot on that run, maybe that they can put into this one here. But do you sense a different feeling with the group now, maybe to the group that you had 1 year ago at this time heading into the conference final?
Yeah, you know what, you and I have talked about this. It's a different team. They've got a different makeup and personality, but certainly there's a different kind of confidence in this group and that they've been there. And when tough things happen, even if you just said games, game 1 and game 5 of the Boston series, you have a tough loss. It doesn't, I don't come to the rink in a panic about where my team's going to be at, right? We're always in a horrible mood after a loss, but you need to lose some, and we have, so we can handle some of that adversity. We've been on the road in exciting buildings that the other team has their 10 minutes where they're all over you, and you've learned to handle them. So a few scars are really important to get into this kind of year and be able to prep for your game.
Can you take anything from the Tampa, the Boston series, themes that you liked about what you guys did and put them into this one here, even though it is going to be a different series against a totally different looking opponent?
Yeah, that's such a good question. It's the one we talk about all day. What can we take from them? Tampa's unusually dynamic in that they didn't shoot a lot of pucks, but when they did, there was just a high degree of danger. And then the Boston series was, again, as physical. I think it was as physical as last year's Boston series, but it was meaner. You know, there was more intent on every hit. And I think if you got a good skating, good puck-moving team, you can... Let me summarize. I'm sorry, I'm beating this to death because it's such a good question, right? Every series is different. But in the Boston series, we took a whole bunch of big hits, and we got up and played. And that's the things that you take. So if you get into this and they're running and gunning up and down the ice, we've seen it before. If you get into this, and it's going to get physical there at different times during the game, taking the hit and getting up and not letting it phase your bench. We're not chasing people around on every hit. Just go drop the puck and we'll do it to you. So you do learn things as you go.
And with the opponent being the Rangers, obviously, you've talked about this a little bit too, but there was maybe more of a history with the last two opponents that you guys saw in these playoffs. And this is a team that you guys haven't played in the playoffs in recent years. Right. Does that change the dynamic at all when you don't maybe have that that history? Maybe whether it's a grudge match, feel anything like that, you don't have that necessarily as an element.
It is for both teams. The feeling, I don't think feeling out process is the right phrase, but everybody's going to try to push everybody's buttons as early as they possibly can. Who can we get to? Where are our advantages? What's their it'll be fairly apparent early what each team is trying to do to the other team, and then can you limit that? So the first game is really important in terms of how much you can learn. You probably learn more in game one about the way this thing could look, or what they're good at, or where their advantage is, than in any other game.
And a lot's been made of the venue, obviously. An Eastern Conference final here at Madison Square Garden, where every sport has had big moments, and Ali Frazier 1 and 2 were here in this building going back. Is there an added excitement to it with the venue?
Well, it's New York, right? So everything is big. The city's, rolling at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the crowd will be excited about their team. But you get into Amerant Bank Arena, 20,000 people in there, and they're on their seats and they're cheering. And it's just a home rink, right? We've played well on the road. If there were 50,000 seats in here, I'd say that's the difference. But same number of crazy fans in both buildings.
And in terms of taking that group of crazy fans out of it maybe here tonight, when you get things started, what do you look for as these two teams, like you mentioned, try to push each other's buttons, feel it out a little bit? What do you look for early on in the hockey game as the series gets going tonight?
We're going to make decisions on the ice with everything that happens, and we're either going to be moving our feet when we're making those decisions or not. That's what I look for. Are we in motion when we're deciding what we're going to do? So the other word is, are we tentative or are we going forward? We've got a pretty clean idea of what we're supposed to look like from the bench, and that doesn't mean world domination. That may be on our end of the ice when they're all over us. We're supposed to look a certain way. That's what I'm looking for. Are we there? And if it's not there, I'm listening on the bench to see if the players are feeling it. And what I mean by that is, if they feel that we're not there and they're saying the right things, and then you're gonna be fine, right? They're under pressure to come out hot. This is their home game, and where we want to get to our game as fast as we can.
Panthers head coach Paul Maurice right there. Pre-game conversation sponsored by Celsius. Hockey fans, don't sit this one out when it's game time. Make Celsius part of your play and get that energy up. Game days fueled by Celsius Essential Energy, the official energy drink of the Florida Panthers. We'll step aside. We'll come back. We'll get the view from the Rangers side of things and hear from Peter Laviolette, the head coach of the Broadway Blue Shirts. On the other side of the break, Eastern Conference Final Game 1 coming up in just a few moments right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
More than 50,000 distracted driving crashes occurred last year in Florida. And sadly, close to 300 people involved in those crashes never made it home. Distracted driving is dangerous driving. It puts everyone in danger. The text can wait. Put it down and focus on driving. Brought to you by the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles.
You love watching, following, and sometimes even playing the game. Don't ever let...
Hey, Insiders! Hey, you! Yeah, you! I'm talking to you, the one that hasn't subscribed yet. I know, there's like 70% of you guys that watch these games, listen to these games, and don't hit that subscribe button. Come on, it's free. Hit that subscribe button and let's help this community grow and continue to get bigger and better and bring more sports content every single day. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and let's get this party back in action. Back to the hockey.
And the Eastern Conference champion Florida Panthers.
And again, being around the room the last couple of days, it's a little bit like the transition from Washington to Carolina, now Carolina to Florida. He had basically the better part of 5 or 6 days off. They had days off. They had optionals. They had 2 days of really good practices. And in chatting with a couple of the fellas, they're anxious to get going. And I think the respect shown for both teams when you hear and listen to press conferences and media meetings, it is respect that's garnered, right? I mean, this Florida team is a hell of a hockey team. And this Ranger team is a hell of a hockey team. So at this time of the year, what usually happens, ideally you want the good teams playing well. And that's basically played out in the playoffs as dictated by the regular season. So, yeah, this should be a good one once again. And I expect this building to be alive early. And the key is the Rangers have to keep that building involved over the better part of 60 minutes.
6 long days between eliminating the Hurricanes. They had to wait 7 days to take on the Hurricanes after disposing of the Capitals, and they had 6 days off between the end of the regular season and the first round. So they're kind of used to that. A lot of talk about the last time the Rangers were in the conference final, Dave, and that was 2 years ago against Tampa. How big a difference is it? They played 14 games going into that third round 2 years ago. This year, just 10. How big a difference is that for a player?
Well, I don't remember the sequencing of the time off, which I suppose would have been easy enough to find out. I don't think I think it benefits, obviously, the time off. If there's Ryan Lindgren basically didn't skate, so there's something funky going on there. Adam Fox took the optional off, so there's been some suspicion that there might be something going on there, although he admitted yesterday he feels fine. So I think the key to that whole sequence 2 years ago is the majority of this hockey club has been there, done that. You know, they're not going to get rattled, and they certainly have shown over the course of this season that, boy, it takes an awful lot to rattle this group. Yeah. They are never out of it.
And no big advantage against Florida. Florida wrapped their series up the next day after the Rangers did, and they've played 11 games to the Rangers 10, so pretty even footing as we enter this game tonight here, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. The Florida Panthers will start the line of Tarasenko, Reinhart, and Barkov, with Ekblad and Forsling on the blue line, Sergei Bobrovsky between the pipes for the Panthers. For the Rangers, they'll start their top line of Kreider, Zibanejad, and Roslovic, with Trouba and Miller on the blue line, and of course Igor Shesterkin getting the chance to start again for the New York Rangers. Rangers will scratch number 5, Chad Ruhwedel, number 6, Zach Jones, number 17, Blake Wheeler. What a story that is, Dave, the fact that he's eligible to play. Number 22, Johnny Brodzinski, number 73, Matt Rempe, and number 84, Adam Enstrom. The officials for tonight's game, your referees will be Steve Kazari and Dan O'Rourke. Your linesmen will be Steve Barton and Matt McPherson. 3 times these teams battled during the regular season. Florida taking both, but the Rangers won the last one here at the Garden back in March in a shootout. Yeah, again, that was a game the Rangers had to win, and they did in a shootout. Played, it's interesting, and when you listen to Florida talk about the difference of this run for them versus the run a year ago, and Paul Maurice basically, suggested that last year's group was a little bit like a wild biker ride, right? And I think they're more disciplined, but they still play that bigger, so-called heavier game. And by and large, now Mikkola, who the Rangers had acquired last year, has been a tremendous fit here. Now, you remember this Florida team started the season with injuries to Kachuk, Ekblad, and Montour. And they made a tremendous acquisition in Mikkola, Ekman Larson on the back end, and Kulikov. I really like Florida's blue line. I think Florida's blue line is big. They're strong. They can participate offensively. So this Florida team, to their own admittance, has used last year's experience to kind of grow a little more mature. And the Rangers will reach into their reservoir of recent playoff history to stay the course. Honored to call the game tonight. Kenny's got travel situations with Dallas. Sam Rosen a little under the weather. I texted him to see how he was doing. He said he feels great. Will feel even better with a Ranger win. So honored to be here with Dave Maloney as we start Game 1, Eastern Conference.
Well, apparently Sam was dealing with a little dizziness, and you and Kenny can attest to the fact that working with yours truly can cause your head to spin a little bit. So, Sam, it's all part of the job, brother.
That's the thing. Sam's always used to doing television and only having to deal with you in the pregame. You get a full 60 minutes plus. Kenny and I are just seasoned veterans having to handle it, but you've been a joy to listen to through this run. Hoping it continues.
Absolutely.
Garden filling up here. Tremendous atmosphere around New York. A hot day. We'll see how that affects the ice. Fans with their lights. Nothing better than a Garden crowd when you get this deep into the playoffs. Second time in 3 years the Rangers have made it this far. And we're ready for Game 1. Rangers and the Florida Panthers. Let's go ice level for tonight's opening ceremony.
We ask that you please rise and remove your hats for the national anthem. Tonight's colors are presented by the Fire Department of New York. And here to sing the Star-Spangled Banner, please welcome back Grammy Award-winning baritone, John Brancy.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. On the rocky red glow, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
John Brancy with tonight's national anthem. Defending radio left will be Sergei Bobrovsky, 8'3", 2.37 goals against average, .902 save percentage. Defending radio right, Igor Shesterkin, 8-2 with a 2.40 goal against average and a .923 save percentage. The opening puck drop is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, because when it's game time, it's Tully time. Tullamore Dew, the original triple distilled, triple blended, triple cask matured Irish whiskey. Be sure to grab a Tullamore Dew or try the new Tullamore Dew Honey during tonight's action. Glasses up to enjoying Tullamore Dew responsibly.
Well, as is customary here from our perch at Madison Square Garden, the benches across the way. We're just about directly across from the Florida Panther bench. The penalty box is just below our perch. The Zamboni interest down to the far left. And as you mentioned, Donnie, the Rangers will skate right to left here in the opening period at Madison Square Garden. Boy, it is full in here. Press row in front of us. If you're in here, Arizona's in here on a Tuesday night in February. There's like 4 people down there. It is packed in here. Away we go.
Rangers win the faceoff. We're underway. Thanks for joining us here on a Wednesday night. Game 1, Eastern Conference Final. Rangers and the Panthers. We're down to just 4. Rangers and the Panthers in the East. Oilers and the Stars in the West as the Panthers come up. Tarasenko, cross ice to Barkov, leaves it for Reinhart, back to Barkov, but he's steered away by Trouba into the corner. Comes up the near wall, Reinhart's going to spin it back behind the net. Waiting for it is Igor, but it bounces over his stick, allowing Barkov to backhand it to the point for a shot on, and a save by Igor Shesterkin, a shot by Forsling from the far point.
Well, a really good exit pass by Ekblad catches the Rangers again with three Panthers coming through that neutral zone with a lot of room, right? So again, you want to press, but you can't allow a team that can make a play and wants to make a play, the room to make the play.
Lundell wins the faceoff. Mikala holds it in at the far point, fires it into the corner. Fox battling at the near corner with Verhaeghe, comes up the near wall to the hash marks, then backhands it back into the corner. Rangers can't clear as it's held in by Verhaeghe, couldn't be cleared by Trocheck. Lundell, far board, sandwiched away by the Rangers from Fox and Vesey, and it goes back into the corner. Verhaeghe puts it back behind the net. Lundell, near wing, still with it to the point, then backhands it back over to Kachuk. Kachuk, far point. Montour's shot goes wide. Verhaeghe can't handle the rebound off the boards. Mikala fires a shot, deflects on. Taken by Verhaeghe behind the net, tries to stuff it near side. It doesn't go. Goes to the far boards. Kachuk with a big hit. But the Rangers have the puck, and they clear it back out to center.
There you go. There's another play. The puck. The Rangers have the puck. Goudreau and throws it to the middle of the ice. Florida gets it.
Montour near circle on his backhand, leaves it back for Bennett. Slings a shot on and a save by Igor. Rebound knocked between the circles to Zibanejad with a head of steam, and the Rangers may have numbers. Goes back out to the far boards. Rangers with it between the circles, and the shot goes wide by Panarin. Back behind the net. Pass to Panarin's picked off by Bennett. Rangers can't keep it in as it's cleared out by Luosterainen, and the Rangers will have to start over with Schneider. Passes through Zibanejad, so the Panthers have it back on their own end and clear. Outlet pass is intercepted by Zibanejad, but he can't bring it into the zone. Bennett leaves it back out to the far wing with Sterainen. Then he drops it back off for a shot by Cousins and a save by Igor. And the Rangers now transition with Lafreniere, but he loses the puck and it's cleared back out by Kulikov, who finds Cousins and fires it all the way down. Cousins will collect it back at the near wing, climbs to the point, loses the puck, and it goes back out to center. Come back down by Forsling will send the Panthers back down. Back behind the net as Igor steers it to Trouba, up the far wall, helped along to the point but not out. Cousins dangles the blue line, but it's poked away from him to Miller, and now the Rangers will bring it up. The Panthers will change somebody. Trouba back to Miller at the blue line, outletted off of Filipino, hitting the ice for the first time here at Madison Square Garden since November 2nd. Bobrovsky lost his stick and then lost the puck in the process. Wenberg to Hedl, back out to the point, and a shot by Lindgren is knocked down in front. Hedl back in the corner. Ekblad steals it back away. Kakko then takes it, can't center because it goes off the back of the net. Kakko still battles for Hedl. Hedl swings one around that goes off a stick and wide. Wenberg at the near point. Rangers buzzing here with Kakko into the corner. Climbs the near wall to the hash marks, digs it back out. Loses to Ekblad, who puts it back into the corner. Hedl battles there with Forsling all to the right of Bobrovsky. Kakko can't get it out front. It'll be played by Ekblad off the wall, back out to center. Fox spins it back to Lindgren, brings it into the zone, just flips it all the way down as the Rangers finish up a change.
Great first shift from the Wenberg line. I really think that this line could make a huge difference in this series.
Here comes Miller, left wing, gets to the circle. Miller drops it off of Zibanejad's stick. Lundell will bring it up on a 1-on-2, goes to the far wing, flips a shot that goes over the net, hard off the glass, back out to the neutral zone for Kreider. Kreider fights with Kachuk, finds Zibanejad between the circles, drops it back off. Roslovic with a shot that goes wide. Lundell bounces off of Zibanejad, loses the puck into the corner. Mikkola there, Lundell there, back behind the net for Montour, is going to skate to the near wing and then flip it back out to center. Verhaeghe trying to grab the bouncing puck. He'll fire it all the way down. Igor puts it into the corner. Panthers still with it. Verhaeghe looking for Kachuk. Goes back off of a stick, and the Rangers now able to clear it back out to center, where it's taken back here by Panarin. Reach behind, fires a shot. It was Trocheck and a save by Bobrovsky.
Maybe a slash here.
I think we get a whistle.
I'm not quite sure why the stoppage of play was.
Bobrovsky lost
the mask. Okay. I thought there was going to be a slash on the offensive zone entry from a Rangers standpoint. Bobrovsky. Now, again, Bobrovsky, talked to Steve Valiquette before the game. He has a penchant for dropping his stick. Now, this, at one point, the stick comes out of his hands behind the net, and he gets himself in a little bit of trouble. In the meantime, the mask flips off. That stops play with 15:32 left in the opening period, and it looks like it'll be a face-off to the right of the Florida netminder, Donnie.
Dave, he took a shot low to the mask and then shook his head to get the mask off, probably because it wasn't on his head right. And no matter what happens when the goaltender loses his mask, they blow the whistle. So the face-off will be to the right of Bobrovsky. Rodriguez versus Trocheck. Both of these teams have won 50% of the face-offs coming in the playoffs. Rodriguez wins, but it's Panarin who grabbed it in the corner, centered, looking for Lafreniere, but it's taken away by Listerrainen. Panarin swoops in, gets it back out to the point. Schneider's shot off the shoulder. Bobrovsky goes high into the air, trying to collect it to the Rangers. Can't clear. Trocheck can't get a shot away. Lafreniere fans on his shot, and then it trickles back out to center.
Yeah, nice job off the draw. The Rangers finding a puck that was bouncing all over the place.
Tipped ahead by Lafreniere to avoid the icing, so the Rangers can change bodies. 5 minutes into a scoreless first period. Both teams with a couple of shots on goal. Mikkola's outlet pass doesn't hit Lomberg, allowing the Rangers to clear it out with Vesey. Off the near boards looking for Lindgren, but it's knocked by Ekman Larsson and down. Fox will collect it back in his own end. Lomberg in his face, so he leaves it back for Ryan Lindgren, and uses the near glass to clear it out. Goes through Cooling and down. Kulikov will play it to the side in the corner. Spins off a check on his forehand. Lose the puck, but Stenlund's there to save it. Get it back out to Ekman Larsson, who clears it all the way down. Tried an alley-oop pass to Cousins, missed them, and it creates an icing, a face-off back down to Bobrovsky.
Yeah, that'll come all the way back down. And you get Kulikov and Ekman Larsson, right? And they were basically to be fillers for the fact that Montour and Ekblad were out, but both played well enough to stay in the lineup. And Ekman Larsson's had a bit of a rebirth in his career to battle ankle injuries. Kulikov bounced around a little bit. In the meantime, we face off here to the left of the Florida netminder.
Zibanejad Leader with 11 points for the Rangers will take the face-off against Stenlund. Scramble for possession, gobbled up by Lundberg and clears it to center. Trouba on his horse to his own blue line, backs up to the circle. Cross-ice pass to Miller, and the Rangers will bring it back up with Trouba. Crest of center house, outlet pass goes off with a stick of Zibanejad, allowing Ekblad to play to the far boards. Roslovic contends with him, takes it away. Centering pass goes off a skate back on top of Trouba with a blast, and it's knocked down by Ekblad, goes to the corner. Slapped at by Zibanejad. Near corner, Roslovic climbs the wall back out to the point for Miller. Miller slings a shot that goes over Reinhart to the corner. Tarasenko, the former Ranger, will gather it up at the right wing and then clear it back out to Ekblad. Bouncing puck knocked out of the air by Reinhart. Collects a near circle. Sharp angle shot saved by Igor. Goes to the far boards. Fortunately can't keep it in thanks to the stick of Roslovic, so the Panthers have to regroup and they'll make a change.
How about Reinhardt's little tap out of midair to put the puck in the offensive zone? 50-plus goals on the season.
It's good hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, exactly.
Puck goes off of a stick and out of play. We got a whistle with 13:34 to go in the first period. And the Rangers and the Panthers are scoreless here in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final from Madison Square Garden. You're listening to New York Rangers hockey on ESPN New York and the MSG Radio Network.
Is that your new Nissan Rogue?
Yeah, crazy story. So I'm at the Nissan Thrill of Summer sales event when Dave, the sales guy, asks, want to test drive the Rogue? And I'm like, let's go. We're driving when Dave says, check out the VC turbo engine. I hit the gas and whoosh. I'm like, okay, I wasn't expecting that. Dave goes, if you think that's cool, watch this. Dave shows me the miles per gallon and I'm like, whoa, that's pretty impressive fuel economy. Dave mentions, these new cars are going fast. And in that moment, I had to have that Rogue. Crazy, right?
Wait till you hear how I got my Sentra.
Now get a low $269 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Shop the Nissan sales event. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. 2024 EPA fuel economy estimates from 28 city, 34 highway to 30 city, 37 highway for 2024 Nissan Rogue. Actual mileage may vary. Well-qualified lessees, 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive, $4,409 initial payment excludes tax, title, license, and $695 acquisition fee. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6324.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol, William Grant & Sons Inc., New York.
Now is the perfect time to replace your old boiler and water heater with a new Peerless Boiler and Pavilion Tankless Water Heater. Don't wait. Act now. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers. 13:34 to go in the first period. Rangers and Panthers are scoreless. Any observations through the first 6.5, Dave?
Oh, good pace, frantic pace. I mean, Carolina. Florida is a team like Carolina. If given a choice, they're going to put the puck towards the net. And they have outshot the Rangers 3-2 here, but nothing on top of Igor Shesterkin. In the meantime, both teams have won a couple of face-offs here. We haven't had a lot of face-offs, so it's been a pretty fast-paced opening sequence here, Rangers-Panthers.
Goudreau versus Lundell. Looks like Lundell's going to get kicked out, so Connor Verhaeghe, who leads the team with 6 goals, will take the face-off just outside the Panthers' end. Rangers control it. Fox, center ice, tried to send it all the way down, but it's batted out of the air by Mikkola. Lundell passes cross ice, misses, and creates it offside, so we'll get a whistle.
And again, the Jimmy Vesey along the boards tries to advance it through the middle of the ice, and Mikkola has moved his way up. He was here as that kind of 6th guy in the Ranger rotation. I thought he was a really, really good acquisition last year in the Rangers, but of course the Rangers couldn't afford to pay him. And he moves on to Florida, and he's been a good player for the Florida Panthers.
The aforementioned Mikkola sends it down. Igor stops it in the trapezoid, up the near glass, held in by the chest of Lundell. Sends it backward, Kane behind the net. Fox with Verhaeghe. Cleared back out to the near boards for Cooley. Can't clear because of Kachuk. Second whack sends it back out to center. Chopped along for Ryan Lindgren. Glove down by Vesey. Cooley scoops up in the near corner. Mikkola can't center, and then it's knocked out to the far boards where it's held in. Lindgren fires a shot that goes wide. Trocheck plays it at the near circle. Tried to avoid contact with Lundell, sends it back out to the point. Schneider's wrist shot knocked down by Kachuk, then a shot from the far boards. Deflects back behind the net. That shot taken by Vesey before he leaves the ice. Gustafson with it, near boards, back out of the point. Schneider with a shot gloved out of the air by Bobrovsky, and he gets the whistle.
Well, again, a good job by Vinny Trocheck. He takes a hit from Bennett to hang in the play and gets it to the point to eventually Braden Schneider. Schneider, a long-distance snapper, grabbed out of the air by the guy they know as Bobrovsky, who really played his way back into that Vezina position that he won back-to-back years with Columbus in last year's playoff run. You know, and it was Alex Lyon that carried the Panthers down the stretch.
Bennett versus Trocheck, controlled by the Panthers, slapped up the near boards, but it's held in by Trocheck. Goes through Panarin. Lafreniere behind the net, back up top for Trouba, back to Lafreniere, loses the puck back out to center. He's got to gobble it back up at his own blue line. Miller will drag it back to his own end. Outlets it over to Lafreniere, brings it into the zone. Cross-ice pass goes off a skate, allowing Bennett to skate up on a 1-on-2, flips it into the corner. Play back at the far board, sharp angle shot, deflects right through the crease to Panarin, who uses the end boards to calm it down, and the Rangers will come up right to left. 8 minutes played here in the first period, scoreless. 5 shots, 3 belonging to the Panthers. So both teams will make a change.
Surprised it was 3-2 that Braden Schneider's shot wasn't counted as a shot on goal.
Bennett holds it in, but then loses the puck to Ryan Lindgren, back behind the net, backhand up to the far boards, chopped out by Roslovic and out, but he gets hit pretty hard by Ekman Larson. Panthers will play it to the near boards with Kulikov and send the Panthers back up. Ekman Larson backhands it over to Bennett, chops it all the way down. Shesterkin waits for it in the trapezoid. Swooping in, though, is Fox. Far boards and back out. Gobbled back up by Zibanejad. Banged into by Luosterainen. Comes to the near wing where Ryan Lindgren will calm it down and both teams will change.
Yeah, we see again Ekman Larson. This is a big, heavy team. Florida.
Beadle, nice move around Cousins. Makes another move to the near circle, but then loses the puck. And Lomberg will flip it back out to center. Waiting for it is Gustafson at the near wing. Sends it out to Kakko. Kakko loses to Lomberg, who will bring it into the zone. Fights through a check of Kakko. Can't get a shot away thanks to Kakko, and then banged into the headboards by Kaapo Kakko. Stenlund back out to the far boards, and Cousins fires a sharp angle shot that deflects wide. Lomberg up the near boards will get cut off there by Wenberg. Still not out of the zone as Stenlund comes into the corner. Loses the puck to Wenberg. Then Stenlund gets it back. Sends it back up top for Mikkola, whose shot goes way wide. Goes back out to Lomberg, and a save by the pad of Igor. Cousins back out to the point to Mikkola. Back to Cousins, who flips it back to Stenlund back behind the net. He's got Gustafson in his back pocket. Goes to the far corner. Taps back out to the far boards, back out to Montour. His shot gets knocked down by Kakko. Gustafson will play it back behind the net, but it's stolen back away. Centering pass goes off a skate, back out to the point. Montour chops at it, goes to the near circle, trying to gobble it up as Kachuk, but he's knocked down, loses the puck, allowing Schneider to clear it back out. Montour then outlets it back out to Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe taps it back out to Bennett. It's swooped away by Trouba, fires it off the end boards, and then Lafreniere finds Panarin streaking down the near side, waits for his mate, stops, leaves it back for Trocheck. Cross-ice pass to Lafreniere and a toe save by Bobrovsky. The rebound goes off of Forsling and wide, and then Forsling gobbles it up and sends it back down, looking for Bennett, but the Rangers able to clear. Ekblad will then fire it down.
Rangers get caught in a line change and turn that into a bit of magic.
Puck lost again, centering pass to Tarasenko, but it didn't get through thanks to the reach of Miller, but he draws a penalty.
No, it was a hook behind the net. It was Jacob Trouba puts the hook on Barkov. Kind of misplays the puck, and then there's an opportunity in front. So the first power play of the hockey game is going to belong to the Florida Panthers. This puck takes an odd bounce behind the net, right? And Miller does a nice job of getting out and impugning an attempt by Vladimir Tarasenko. So we're going to take a break here in an action-packed first period. New York Rangers hockey on ESPN New York and the MSG Radio Network continues after this timeout.
Step inside an Infiniti QX60 and relax in uninterrupted comfort. Leave schedules, appointments, and meetings behind. That can definitely wait. Just turn on the available massage seats and unwind for just a little longer until you feel infinitely you. Discover more about the Infiniti QX60 crossover at InfinityUSA.com.
Tito's handmade vodka on game day? Pour me in, coach.
From a seat in the stands to the best seat on the couch, root for your favorite team with your favorite team spirit. No matter who's on your roster, lineup, or lucky jersey, make Tito's your first round bottle pick. Whose house? Tito's house. Find cocktail recipes for every fan at Tito'sVodka.com. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
New York Presbyterian gives you the healthcare choices you want, like over 450 locations in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, and Westchester. Virtual care that lets you connect with us digitally. World-class doctors from Columbia and Weill Cornell Medicine, and Health Matters, an online source for the latest health and wellness topics and tips. Experience extraordinary healthcare when and where you need it. Stay amazing. New York Presbyterian. Restrictions apply.
Rangers Hockey on ESPN New York is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact your local Honda dealer for a great deal today. 9:34 to go in the first. We're scoreless. Jacob Trouba for hooking at 10:26. So the Panthers get the power play. They're clicking at 22%. That's 8th best in the playoffs. Meanwhile, the Rangers kill is at 89.5, which is 2nd best in the postseason.
Face off to the right here as the Rangers find themselves at only 43% efficient here now at this point in the game in the face-offs.
Face-off control by the Panthers. Sharp angle shot by Reinhart, saved by Shesterkin. Out to Verhaeghe, back behind the net. Setting back up. Reinhart spins it out to the near boards for Kachuk. Kachuk at the hash marks, back down low. Barkov's centering pass goes off a stick and out of his own.
Off Adam Fox. Good position stick by the Rangers defenseman.
35-second minute, 35 to go as Bennett fires it around the boards. Played back into the corner by Barkov, back to Bennett, leaned on by Lindgren, pops into the air, glove down by Reinhart, back out to the point from Montour, fakes a shot, backs up to the blue line, he gets it back out to Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe back to Montour, right point, left point now, shot by Montour, deflects wide, Kachuk on the backhand, back out to the far boards. Verhaeghe back to Montour, Montour straight away. Dangles the blue line, slings a shot that's knocked down, and Ryan Lindgren will backhand it all the way down.
That's 3 times that the third time that Adam Fox was in the right lane with the stick in the right position. This one sent it all the way down.
Minutes ago on the kill is Bennett. Crest of center ice will bring it into zone by himself. Back out to the far wing. Tarasenko can't handle it. Zibanejad clears. Kachuk at his own blue line. Backhands it to Bennett. Back out to the far wing. Tarasenko leaves it for Ekman-Larsson. Ekman-Larsson drags it back in. Misses Tarasenko at the far wing, allowing Schneider. Takes it back behind the net. Up the far boards for Zibanejad. But dragged back to the corner. Centering pass intercepted by Kreider. And he sends it down.
Well, I tell you, the Rangers just do a wonderful job away from the puck on the penalty kill. Kreider in the right spot. Down it goes.
30 seconds now to go as Ekman-Larsson hits the red line. Will send it the length of the ice. Play to the near wing by Rodriguez. His centering pass kicks off a stick. Goes back out to Rodriguez again to the near circle. But the Rangers take it away and clear thanks to Ryan Lindgren. And then it's sent the rest of the way by Jimmy Vesey. 10 seconds to go on the Rangers kill. Panthers moving left to right. One last rush here with 5. Ekman-Larsson hits the red. Sends it back down. Goes to Ekblad at the near circle. Sharp angle shot saved by Shesterkin and the Rangers clear. This looks like it'll be an icing because they had killed off the penalty. So it's 7:26 to go in the first. We're scoreless. The Rangers 1 for 1 on the kill.
Yeah, Igor Shesterkin again protects that short side. Ekblad, it's a big guy move down here, down low. He gets himself in a little better offensive position than the defending Wenberg, and that's a heck of a shot off the stick of the former number 1 overall pick, Aaron Ekblad, off the right side.
Did not play in that last regular season meeting in March here. Cousins gets knocked down by Trouba. Cousins slow to get up.
I think he's trying to draw one here. He got clipped, it looks like, holding his mouth, going to the bench.
So Trouba waits for the Rangers to finish up a change with 7:10 to go in a scoreless first period. Panthers coming off a power play. They lead in shots 6-3. Trouba still back behind his net. Rangers moving right to left here in period number 1. Sends it back out to the far wing. And the Rangers dangle the blue line and bring it back up as Schneider finds Gustafsson. Gustafsson passes back out to the blue line. Pass can't be handled by Trocheck. Panarin trying to bring it in, cut off by Ekblad. And then he sends it off the boards and down. Verhaeghe fights through a check of Gustafsson. He got it off by Schneider. Retreats back behind his net on his forehand. Will send the Rangers back out. Kachuk with a big hit. Loosening the puck up for Mikkola. As Trocheck took the hit, it's going to be Schneider back behind the net. Backhands to Trocheck at the wing, or can't clear it back out. It's going to be played back behind the net for Schneider. Schneider up the far boards, and now the Rangers can send it out to the point, but not out. Kachuk has it, passes back out to shot by Lindell that's blocked down by Lafreniere and goes to the near corner. Rangers clear. Panarin finds Lafreniere, bats it out of the air, trying to collect his own pass. He has it, fires on a belly save by Bobrovsky, and he holds on.
Boy, how about that little ping pong magic, right? Coming in the offensive zone. This was just after Alexis Lafreniere a little bit guilty of a sloppy play with the puck in the defensive zone, but boy, this thing boink, 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 and then on the net. And that forces Bobrovsky to make, his toughest save of the game. Just the Rangers' fourth shot, 6:12 left. Opening period, no score. Panthers-Rangers, Game 1, Eastern Conference Finals of the 23-24 NHL season.
If nothing else, creates an offensive face-off to the right of Bobrovsky. Rangers have won a shade over 55% of the draws. Wenberg will take it versus Reinhart. Looks like Wenberg's going to get kicked out. And Philip Hedl now will take the draw. Hedl played in game number 4. Now back of the lineup for the Rangers. Wins the faceoff. Wenberg in the corner. He's got Kulikov to shake off. Back out to the point, but Miller can't hold it in. Now he's going to make sure it's not taken away by Barkov. Eventually Kulikov will send it back down, but the Rangers instantly clear, and will be played by Ekman Larsson, who will send it down. Goes off a skate and down. There'll be no icing, so Trouba will tangle with Tarasenko and then sends it back out of the zone, where Kulikov will retreat in front of his own net to play it. He's got Hedl in his face up the far boards, chopped at by Tarasenko, who clears, and the Rangers possess back in their own zone with 5:40 to go in a scoreless first. Rangers will finish up a change as Ryan Lindgren will flip it high in the air into the near corner. Looking for Roslovic, cut off by Ekman Larsson as they battle there to the right of Bobrovsky. Bennett there as well, slides to the near boards for Luosterainen, who's going to skate it out himself. Gets to the red line, pokes it down, avoids a big check from Roslovic. Played by Bennett to the side of his own net, will come out the far side and send it back out between the circles. Rangers intercept, but Ekblad eventually ends up with the puck and clears it back to center.
Actually, it was Lindgren that came careening through the middle of the ice, and he clipped Roslovic.
Played to Luosterainen. He's by himself as he brings it into the zone. Fires a shot, stick to side by Shesterkin. Goes to the far boards. Fished out by Rodriguez. Battles with Fox, all to the right of Igor. Lindgren there as well, slides to the far boards. Backhand by BC, can't get it back out of the zone. Slides back to Rodriguez in the corner. Gets to the edge of the trapezoid, still with it. Centers back out to Lomberg, whose shot goes over the net. Montour sends it back behind the cage, but he got caught up in the corner, allowing the Rangers to clear with Ryan Lindgren and down. It'll deaden so the Rangers can make a change. Cousins trying to catch him at a change, but he misses Stenlund, goes all the way down for Gustafsson. Uses the far boards. Cooley is checked from behind, wipes out, but Barclay Goudreau gobbles it up, finds VC. VC can't get around Stenlund's stick check, who then takes it, fires it off the boards, and back down. Schneider, front of his own net, 4:10 to go in a scoreless first. Gustafsson outlets it off the stick of Cooley and out of play, so we'll get a whistle with 4:08 to go in the first period. Rangers and Panthers are scoreless here late in period number 1 of Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. New York Rangers hockey on ESPN New York and the MSG Radio Network continues after this timeout.
The New York Rangers are back in the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's time to take the ice for playoff action with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM has you covered with countless betting options for hockey, including same-game parlays, props, teasers, live bets, and so much more. With a new and improved app that makes betting faster and easier than ever. And special offers for Rangers fans, it's no wonder BetMGM is the king of all sportsbooks. If you love hard-hitting hockey action, you're going to love wagering at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and get your piece of the excitement as the Rangers return to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Light the lamp with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Madison Square Garden and the New York Rangers. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly, 21 plus years of age to wager, and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. In New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 8788-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY to 467-369.
Get more in the new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. More selection, over 750 new vehicles available, and more savings on their entire Mazda lineup. Like the new 2024 Mazda CX-30 2.5S all-wheel drive, lease for just $199 a month at Ramsey Mazda, Route 17 North in Ramsey. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. Excludes tax, title, and registration. Zero security deposit. VIN RM671606. MSRP $26,770. Ends 5/31/24.
Don LaGreca and Dave Maloney back here at Madison Square Garden. Game 1, Eastern Conference Final. Rangers-Panthers scoreless with 4:08 to go in period number 1.
Michael Delzato and Derek Brassard in the building here tonight, being introduced to the Ranger crowd on the big board that overhangs center ice at Madison Square Garden. Face off to the Panthers side of the red line, to our side of the building. Matthew Kachuk with a big hit on Vincent Trocheck.
Yeah, Peter Laviolette just talked about how heavy this team is. Rangers win the face-off, but it goes all the way back down in their end, so Fox will play it into the near corner and send the Rangers back up here late in the first period. Spins it back to Lindgren, trying to avoid Kachuk. Falls down. Kachuk then centers. Get a great play by Verhaeghe, but the shot I don't believe went through and goes to the near corner.
Adam Fox kind of put his partner in an awkward spot.
Here comes Panarin near circle. Panarin makes a move, waits for his mates, can't get a shot or a pass away, and it's clear to Verhaeghe, who gathers it back up and then sends it back out to center. Gobbled up by Forsling. Brings it into the zone, leaves it back of the wing for Kachuk, who fires the shot and scores. Matthew Kachuk draws first blood in the game and the series, and Florida takes a 1-0 lead.
I talked about Forsling on the television side in the pregame show. His ability has been a late bloomer, and he was the best defenseman against the Bruins. He legs it through the middle of the ice and backs the defenders off, and now traffic funnels to the net, and I'm not sure this hits anything, but I think the traffic distracts the goaltender. It may have gone off the heel of Adam Fox's stick, but again, it's Forsling. Forsling picks it up, barrels through the middle of the ice, backs off the Ranger defenders, and just like that, Florida has a 1-0 lead on their 8th shot of the first period.
All time of the goal driven by Ramsey Mazda, 16:26 for Kachuk. Time of the goal driven by Ramsey Mazda. It's the experience of driving a new Mazda and buying a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely, choose Ramsey Mazda. As off the face-off at center ice, ends up in the bench for a whistle with 3:30 to go. So for Kachuk, Dave, that will be goal number 5, point number 15 to lead the team, and Forsling will get the primary assist.
Yeah, the net cam just, Shesterkin just gloves a low. It just goes over his glove, and I don't think it hit Fox's stick. So Florida has a 1-0 lead here in the first period.
Roslovic looking for Zibanejad, but his pass goes off a stick. Mikkola will go back behind his own net, taps it over to Bennett, chops it back out to center. Roslovic back at his own blue line, leaves for Trouba. Captain to Kreider. Kreider sends it down, absorbs a hit from Mikkola. Back behind the net, Bobrovsky up the far wall for Tarasenko. Moves off the wall, can't clear thanks to Kreider, but a second whack gets it to Barkov, who finds Bennett. Bennett stood up by Trouba, allowing Miller to play it back in his own net. Panthers will make a change, so will the Rangers, with under 3 to go in the period. Let's go Rangers chant as they're down in this one. Trouba, far boards, pass by Kakko, misses Hedl, so will be played by Kulikov up the near wall, but waiting for it is Luosterainen, who will skate to the red line. Passes back out to the far wing for Ekman Larsson, hits center red, and sends it the length of the ice. Gustafsson, Luosterainen trying to pass it, then finds Rodriguez, spins to his forehand at the far circle, fires a shot that deflects off the high glass. Kulikov leaves it back for Luosterainen. His shot is knocked down by Lindgren. Rangers coming. Here comes Braden Schneider on a partial breakaway. Now a full breakaway off the post. Kakko, far boards, will backhand it back behind the net.
Boy, what a move through the middle of the ice by Schneider to chip it through the open ice off the left post. We remain a 1-goal deficit from the Rangers' standpoint.
As we approach 2 minutes to go in the period. 8-4. Panthers lead with shots. They've had the only power play. Pass goes off of Lafreniere's stick, allowing Ekman Larsson to send it all the way down. Goes back to the far boards. Rangers trying to clear it back out. Panarin spins to his forehand, passes back out to Ryan Lindgren. The bouncing puck will get played off the wall by Lindgren,
in the left circle,
and he'll send an
out
outlet
by
pass that goes off of
Bobrovsky.
Forsling.
Lindgren keeps it in at the left point as the Rangers exert a little pressure in the Florida zone. Loose puck up the boards, and over comes Lafreniere to try to deliver a hit, but he didn't come up with the puck. And Brandon Montour for Florida nudges it ahead at center, and Zibanejad brings it right back. Rifles it across the zone. Roslovic missed as he tried to get it away quickly off the boards. Miller keeps. Kreider with a long shot. Didn't get through traffic in front. And Lundell for Florida is able to clear. Final minute of play here in the opening period of game one.
Laviolette cagily gets the Zibanejad line right back on the ice, John. So, he's trying to get away from the Barkov matchup. He's trying to create more opportunities for that trio.
Panthers were the second best road team in the regular season, the best in the Eastern Conference. And here's a blocked shot by Reinhart. And going the other way is Tarasenko, who just misses. Puck bounces off the end boards. Barclay Goudreau is there for the Rangers to the line off the stick of Gus Forsling and into the Ranger bench under half a minute to go in the first period.
Yeah, it's been an interesting period in that for the most part, the Rangers' big guns have not been all that noticeable. Zibanejad, Trocheck, who's been having a great playoff. Haven't really mentioned him. Panarin's had a couple of looks, but from distance. And the best chance belongs to Schneider is totally unexpected.
Talk about bounces this time of year and breaks. The first goal of the series goes Florida's way. Perhaps the first break off the goalpost down there on the Schneider breakaway.
It's going to be a tight series. As we have talked about ad nauseum here, there is not a lot to choose between these two clubs.
Rangers get it into the Florida zone after winning a defensive zone draw. Sam Reinhart, though, skates it back to center ice, and now only 10 seconds to go in the first period. 1-0 Florida as Will Cooley back to handle for the Rangers. It's lobbed to center ice, gloved down by Forsling and sent back into the Ranger zone. One more big hit. Barkov was on the receiving end of that in front of the Ranger bench, but the Panthers will take it. A good opening period for a road club here in game one.
It was a terrific opening period for Florida. They got their hits in. The Rangers' defense in particular looked nervous handling the puck at times. They turned it over a number of times, and the most shocking thing of all was the error made by the goaltender Shesterkin on a very stoppable shot. He gets beaten from long range by Matthew Kachuk.
Kachuk is well-oiled for this time of year. He now has 54 career points in 59 career Stanley Cup playoff games. He gets the only goal of the opening period, his fifth of the playoffs, and as a result, Florida leads game one after one at the Garden over the Rangers by a score of 1-0. Coming up next, Rob Brender will have our Weber Grills intermission report. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hi, this is Quentin.
And this is Brianna.
A little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips are how satisfying they are. The chicken strips are amazing. They're always filling, tender, and juicy. Definitely one of my favorite things on the menu.
My favorite thing is the last bite. The last bite is nice and juicy, and it's wrapped up in some crispy breading that keeps it nice and tasty. And being able to scoop up my Chick-fil-A sauce with it, it's just like the best part of the meal. It's an undefeated combo.
Order the chicken strips on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Rob Renner at the Sports USA studios. This is the Weber Grill's first intermission report. Fill the grill and fire up the party with Weber. Smoke, roast, and sear on the same grill. Get fired up for the Weber Searwood Pellet Grill. Your score after one period of play at Madison Square Garden. It's the Panthers 1, Rangers nothing. This is game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. Let's take a listen back to the highlights from the first period. Sergei Bobrovsky not very busy in that period in net for Florida, but came up big when he needed to.
Now it's stretched the other way, and Panarin for the Rangers leaves it for Trocheck. Into the slot. Lafreniere's shot kicked out by Bobrovsky, and all of a sudden, these teams are going up and down the ice.
Yeah, Sergei's faced only 5 shots in that period, did not allow a goal. So again, not very busy, but that's what Florida does. They clamp down on you defensively. They hold the puck so much that it's hard to get opportunities. Igor Shesterkin on the other side for New York was pretty good early in the period, but Florida finally got to him at the 16:25 mark.
Now Forsling leads the rush the other way, and Kachuk scores from the top of the left circle. Matthew Kachuk, the first goal of the game, goes to the Panthers.
This is a shocking goal, John. This is a save that Shesterkin should make.
Goal number 5 in the postseason for Matthew Kachuk, his 23rd career playoff goal. The assist went to Gustav Forsling and Carter Verhaeghe at 16:25. That's the first goal for Kachuk since game 1 of the second round against the Bruins. So that was the only goal in the period, 1-0 Florida at that point. The Rangers, though, came close late in the period to getting their first tally.
Kulikov pinches up the right boards, loose terrain, and threw it to the front of the net. And that's kicked away by the Rangers. And here's Schneider, the defenseman, behind everyone. He hit the post. The defenseman on a breakaway, and he hit the post.
That was just a bit more than a minute after the Kachuk goal. Braden Schneider, the defenseman, finds himself on a clean breakaway, center line in, and wound up hitting that post. So unfortunate break for the Rangers and a great break for the Florida Panthers, and they maintain that 1-0 advantage. As you look at some of the stats from the first period, there was a decent amount of hitting. Florida had 12 hits. The Rangers had 9 shots on goal. Favored Florida 9-5. The face-off circle, pretty close to even. Panthers won 8 of the 14 draws in that period. There was just one power play opportunity, that one for the Panthers, and they didn't really generate a whole lot of offense on it, so they're 0 for 1 on the power play, and the Rangers did not get an opportunity. And as you would expect, everybody's selling out, trying to win these games this late in the postseason. We had a lot of block shots, 7 for each team, and at the end of one period, it's the Panthers 1 and the Rangers nothing. That goal from Matthew Kachuk was our highlight of the first period. It's brought to you by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles made for your next adventure. Wrangler, for the ride of life. When we come back, we're going to hear an interview our Billy Jaffe did with one of the players from the Florida Panthers. That's coming up as the Weber Grill's intermission report continues. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get the official NHL app to watch, read, and listen to all the deeks.
All I can say is absolutely wow.
All the sauce. All the saves.
Stop from Vasilevsky.
All the hits. All the snipes. All the sellies.
He scores! Unbelievable!
All the hockey. If it's hockey, it's here. Listen to every NHL game for free, now with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download the official NHL app now.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
The best hockey lives here.
Back to Rick. Far side shot.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Progressive Insurance Studios. I am Rob Brender, looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. This is the Weber Grills Intermission Report. Your score after one period of play at Madison Square Garden. It's the Panthers 1, Rangers nothing. This is game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. Just a short time ago, our Billy Jaffe caught up with Panthers forward Sam Bennett.
All right, Sam Bennett, well, the first period of the Eastern Conference Finals out of the way. How much did you like the Panthers period?
Yeah, it was a good start. We came out, we did what we wanted to do. We were physical, we were getting pucks in the net, and limited their chances. So it was a good start from our group.
We always talk about how much the Panthers like to dump the puck. That's part of your forecheck DNA. What's the key to placing the puck in the right place?
Yeah, it's smart. I mean, you just got to be smart with them. You got to, hard rims are probably our best option, but you just got to read the play sometimes. The soft chips the play. So we got smart players, and they know what to do with the puck.
One of the luxuries for your team is the depth of your team, whether you're second line or third line, whatever you want to call it. You guys have got great depth out there. How much do you like the line combination that you're starting with in this game?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, that's a luxury that we have. Like you said, a bunch of really good players in this team, and it doesn't matter who we're playing with. We're going to be able to create and help our team in a positive way. So, definitely happy with how the lines are going right now.
Thank you very much for your time. Good luck in the second.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. That's our Billy Jaffe with Panthers forward Sam Bennett. When we come back, we'll take a deep dive into the Western Conference Final as the Weber Grills Intermission Report continues. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now during our Memorial Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed plus free home delivery when you add any base. Ends Memorial Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a bachelor's degree. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Plus, get your application fee waived through May 31st. Flexible online and hybrid classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
That's the sound of steak searing in its juices on your new pellet grill. You heard that right. The Weber Searwood Pellet Grill can smoke low and slow at 180 degrees all the way to a high heat sear at 600. With the Weber Searwood, you can cook on the direct flame over the full grade sear zone. You'll hear the gasp of amazement from friends and family when you serve the food. Cooking with the Weber Searwood Pellet Grill just sounds delicious and tastes even better.
Rob Brender back at the Sports USA studios with more of the Weber Grills Intermission Report. Your score after one period of play at Madison Square Garden. It's the Panthers 1, Rangers nothing. Coming up tomorrow, the Stars will take on the Oilers, game 1 of the Western Conference Final, which you can hear right here on many of these Sports USA stations. The Stars back in the conference final for the 2nd straight year and 3rd time in the last 5 seasons, while the Oilers are back in the conference final for the 2nd time in the last 3 years. Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch said they'll need everyone on the roster pulling in the same direction if they're going to beat the Stars.
If we have a chance to beat the Dallas Stars, we're going to need everybody contributing. We can't rely on one or two lines, one or two pairs of defensemen, or just our goaltender. It's going to be a solid team effort if we want an opportunity to do that.
The Oilers have 15 power play goals so far this postseason, the most among all teams in the playoffs. They had the fourth best power play percentage in the league during the regular season. That's game one of the Western Conference Final. Stars and Oilers coming up tomorrow. We will have face-off for you at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 5:30 Pacific. The pregame show gets underway 30 minutes prior at 8 p.m. Eastern. Again, your score after one period of play at Madison Square Garden. It's the Panthers 1, Rangers 0. The lone goal for Florida's Matthew Kachuk at 16:25, his fifth of the postseason from Forsling, and Verhaeghe 23rd career playoff goal. This has been the Weber Girls Intermission Report. Coming up after this, we will rejoin our John Ollers and Brian Hayward for the second period of Game 1 between the Rangers and Panthers. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to.
Hey, Insiders! Thanks for joining us for this Game 6 between the New York Rangers and the Carolina Hurricanes. Will the Rangers get it done tonight and end this series, or will Carolina force a Game 7 back?
bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do?
Business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them. With USPS,
The only stat that really stands out for me, John, or the most important one, is the Zibanejad line with Kreider and Roslovic. 0 shots on goal in that opening period. You got to credit Barkov and Bennett primarily for doing a great job in the middle of the ice against them. And no surprise, Gustav Forsling played a lot head-to-head against that trio, but they were neutralized in the opening 20 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if Peter Laviolette works harder to get away from the Barkov matchup. He did try at the end of the opening period. It was a quick return to the ice for Zibanejad. They got on the ice, 40-second shift jumped off, and they were right back out there about 40 seconds later as he's trying, I think, to get away from that matchup and create a little more space for them.
More thoughts on that opening period. We go to ice level and Billy Jaffe.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. I thought the Florida Panthers at times almost intimidated the New York Rangers. Looking at numbers, you were just talking about stats with Hazy's. How about the 12 hits from the Florida Panthers most of those hits were on the forecheck. Bennett led the way with 3 of them. The other thing to keep an eye on, something I've been real impressed with by the Florida Panthers doing a bunch of their playoff games, is how hard they back check. They do a real good job. They allow their D to step up, and when their D get it, they zip it back up the ice quickly for transition. Good first period from Florida. Look for the Rangers, though, who've had good second periods in the playoffs to try and respond.
Another interesting note, Matthew Kachuk with the only goal of the opening period now has participated in 5 conference final games in his career. He has 5 goals in those games. It's a time of year, Brian Hayward, where we talk about players stepping up. Your best players have to be your best players, but you also have to have that secondary scoring, at least in the opening period. One of the best players for the Panthers producing the game's only goal.
Yeah, Kachuk was good. The Rangers were trying to get him. They were really had him lined up a couple of times. Lafreniere in particular just missed him with a real heavy check just inside the blue line in the Panther zone. So you look for that to continue. But no question, I agree with Bill. The Panthers were the more aggressive team, and it seemed to rattle the Ranger defense handling the puck.
Florida did not take a penalty in the opening 20 minutes of play. That is noteworthy for a team that was the second most penalized in the National Hockey League in the regular season. Underway in the second, the Rangers win the draw. Moving left to right, they dump it into the Florida zone. Barkov can't get it. It rolls off the stick of Trocheck, and now it's a puck battle down low. Zibanejad gets it back to the line. Long wrist shot, got through, and a rebound. First one left laying around by Bobrovsky is jammed wide by Kreider. Lofted back to center ice. Keandre Miller reunited with Jacob Trouba late in that second round series against Carolina. The two of them play catch, and Roslovic gets it into the Florida zone. A quick up with the Rangers changing, and it's Kachuk who takes the lead pass from Barkov. Puts it in behind the Ranger net, and Ryan Lindgren, former University of Minnesota standout, wins the puck ahead. Roslovic chips it ahead. Here's a break, and it's Cooley. Came right off the bench, and the second breakaway of the game. This one stopped by Bobrovsky, who makes a pad save.
This is the thing about the Rangers. You know, they don't get sustained pressure in the offensive zone, but that quick strike capability, they've caught the Panthers now twice. Players getting in behind that defense, creating great opportunities.
Yeah, 2 breakaways in just over 1 period of hockey as the Panthers clear, but they do so the hard way from the wrong side of the red line. It goes 200 feet, and that's icing.
I don't think this is all that unusual for the Panthers or for Bobrovsky, quite honestly. They don't give up a lot of shots in terms of volume, but when they give up a scoring opportunity, it's often a grade A opportunity. And as you mentioned, John, 2 breakaways yielded already by Florida.
It was interesting watching the morning skate this morning. I was taken by how long Sergei Bobrovsky stayed on the ice. Most of his teammates were done after 15 minutes. He stayed out at least another 15 minutes. Here's another rush for the Rangers. Trocheck drives the center lane, redirected right on, and Bobrovsky with another huge stop. Panarin out of the corner now, again looking to center one off a Florida defender and out center ice.
Whatever Peter Laviolette said to his players after the opening period, he certainly has their attention now because, boy, this looks like a different Ranger team. They're on their toes and they are on the attack.
That was the first Vinny Trocheck sighting of this game, as this one from the left wing from Capo Caco is sticked away by Bobrovsky, who's suddenly busy after seeing only 5 shots in the first period. Back come the Panthers, and Bennett using Schneider, the defenseman, on the rush as a screen, gets it through. It sticks to Shesterkin.
That was a good shot by Sam Bennett. He got that puck. He had good speed as he crossed the blue line. And a little bit of a gap that he was able to take advantage. Schneider a little bit too far away from him, couldn't get a stick on that bid. And Sam Bennett got a lot on that wrist shot. Shesterkin did a good job of not only stopping the puck, but swallowing it up.
I talk about our first sighting of Vinny Trocheck. Wasn't overly noticeable in that opening period. But in these playoffs, he leads the Rangers in points, power play goals, shots on goal, hits. He has been a huge story for the Blue Shirts so far in this postseason. Shesterkin wanders behind his net to play a puck off the face-off in the Rangers zone. And the Panthers get a couple more hits in as Lomberg got a bump on Schneider and he didn't get the puck out of the zone. Lomberg picks himself up, gets the puck at the line, and as he takes a shot coming right down Main Street, Schneider returns the favor. Lomberg throws himself into another Ranger defender down low, and again New York throws the puck away. Stenlund trying to get it to the net, and it went right to Kako off a skate. And finally, New York to center. Philip Hedl will brush it in and go for a change. You talked about the defense turning pucks over in the first period, Brian. That shift was more the same for New York.
Well, it's the physicality of the Panthers. You know, it's a different game for players when people are right on you in a hurry and you know you have to keep your head up or you're going to get run right through the boards.
Florida forecheck again, comes up with a puck. Barkov threw it behind the net. The Rangers this time are able to at least clear to center. Kreider bumping with Reinhart in the neutral zone. Roslovic had it for a moment, now gets it to Kreider, and he backhands it in behind Bobrovsky. The Florida netminder out to set it up, and Ekblad starts from behind the net. He and Forsling to center. Through, and moving to his left, Shesterkin gloves it off and holds on.
Yeah, not much of an opportunity there for the Panthers. I think that Reinhart was trying to create a rebound, but he got that puck a little bit too high, shot it from the boards, where Shesterkin was able to snare it with the left hand with no problem whatsoever.
Igor Shesterkin, in his 5-year NHL career, has only faced the Florida Panthers 6 times. He has a record of 4-2 in those games. Face off to his right, and the Panthers win it, get it down low. Anton Lundell. 4 points for Lundell in his last 3 games. Part of the reason he's up on this second line for Paul Maurice. Now he goes behind the net and gets it as it's rimmed around. Got spun around by Lindgren, and Kachuk is there to support, keeping it alive below the goal line in the New York zone. Finally, Zibanejad hoists it to center, a bouncing puck that Montour keeps out of the Florida zone. And the Panthers with it at center. Mikkola joins the rush. The big defenseman drops it off. Verhaeghe pulls it in, and just getting a piece of it with his stick was Adam Fox. Kept at the line by Montour, looking for a tip. He whistles it just wide. Lundell was coming from behind the net. Vesey up the right boards, clears to center. And again, it's a quick regroup, and Florida sends it back into the New York zone. Kachuk overled his intended target. Now Montour starts back. Bennett can't reach the pass at the New York stripe. And full control now for Ryan Lindgren. Over to Adam Fox, and he'll angle it off the boards. Will Cooley couldn't bring it with him at the blue line as he was bumped. Rangers will chip it back in. Chasing after it. Lafreniere up the left boards, but he couldn't get to it. And now Bennett starts back for Florida. Into the Rangers zone on right wing. Hits the brakes, then steps into one. Got a tip in front. Boy, a nice looking play there. As cutting right in front of Shesterkin to get a piece of it was Evan Rodriguez. Shesterkin able to cover up.
Yeah, Sam Bennett got the puck. He got over the blue line, and the Rangers backed off. Bennett threw on the brakes, and he had enough time to wait for the traffic to build up in front of Shesterkin before he just threw that puck into an area at the front of the net. Shesterkin makes the stop. The Panthers unable to get any kind of a touch on that rebound, but a dangerous play.
5 minutes gone, second period of game 1. Florida 1, the Rangers nothing here in the Eastern Conference Final. Face-off win for the Panthers in the Rangers zone. Cousins pushes it behind the net. Stenlund gave chase, but it was reversed away, and the Rangers get it all the way down into the Florida zone. Kako puts it on a tee. Gustafsson coming late, and his one-timer was redirected wide. Cousins for Florida gets to it and floats it back to center ice. Gustafsson wires it back in. Been a tough go for Gustafsson of late. He was -5 in the last 2 games of that Carolina series. Might have been part of the reason that Peter Laviolette shook up his defense pair. He's now out there with Braden Schneider. Schneider headmans the puck through center as far as the Florida blue line. Kako follows it up. Hedl with a touch pass. Trocheck breaks his stick as he tries to pull it to the left circle and get it away. And as it trickles to the Florida net, Bobrovsky will cover it up.
Yeah, that kind of sums up the way this game has gone for Vinny Trocheck so far. That was a rare turnover that time by the Panthers, up high near their own blue line, inside of their own blue line, and the Rangers with a quick counter. One thing I've noticed here in this second period, and Billy Jaffe touched on it, Johnny, the Rangers a good second period team. They're really trying to stretch the ice here. Anytime their defense gets possession of the puck, there's 2 Ranger forwards just busting to the far blue line.
It has been the best period of these playoffs for the Rangers. They are +5 in goal differential in middle periods. Trocheck takes the face-off in the Florida zone to the left corner. Lafreniere sweeps it back to the line. Trouba tries from the right point, blockered away by Bobrovsky. Puck recovered by Reinhart for Florida, snaps it up the middle, and away to center comes Sasha Barkov. Won his second Selke trophy last week and goes behind the Ranger net to get it. He's been a finalist 3 different times. Tried to center in front, but that was broken up by the Rangers, cleared to center, and Reinhart slowly back to the Florida bench. Rangers come in, and there's a shot that drifts over top of the net and gets the glass from Lafreniere. Panarin whips it through an empty slot. Lafreniere takes it off the left corner boards. A little two-man game with Panarin as they crisscross behind the net. Now drops it off to Trouba. Tried to get it in front from the bottom of the right circle. It was blocked, but he took it back behind the net. Zibanejad tried to bank it off of Bobrovsky from behind the net. That failed. So to the line, it's Lafreniere who one-times it over top of the net. Rangers changing while they work in the offensive zone. Panarin at the line. Sends it down low, and Jack Roslovic has it. Trying to get it to Zibanejad. That was knocked away. Nice defensive play by big 6'4" Nico Mikkola. And around the boards and out, Kachuk able to get it back into the Ranger zone.
Yeah, one of the few moments of this game where some sustained offensive zone time for New York. They look a lot sharper here to begin period number 2 than what we saw in the opening 20 minutes.
Luosterainen angles it up the left boards, and Evan Rodriguez puts it on a tee for Bennett. He hammered it just wide, and it comes around the glass, around the boards, and all the way back into the Florida zone. Well, that was a nice-looking 3-man rush by the Panthers. They got the look they wanted. Bennett just missed the net. Now here's a stray outlet pass, and another penalty coming up. This is going to go against the Rangers as Florida inadvertently iced the puck. And we'll see what Dan O'Rourke says about this one.
New York, minor penalty 96, high stick.
That's Jack Roslovic, and Florida will have their second power play when we come back. 12:17 to go in the second period at the Garden. Our score, the Florida Panthers 1 and the New York Rangers nothing.
This is former PGA Tour winner Smiley Kaufman, host of The Smiley Show, a Sirius XM podcast.
Smiley Kaufman for 61.
I've got boots on the ground at every major tournament, which means each week I'm bringing you insights straight from the course and conversations with my friends on the PGA Tour. Because what's better than golfing with your buddies? Listen to The Smiley Show right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's SMYLIE.
Don't miss the all-new Rise and Shine, a SiriusXM podcast.
This is Adam Shine. Every Wednesday morning, we're going to make you remember why you love sports. The crack of the bat, the smell of the grass, the thrill of a buzzer beater, the heroes, the underdogs, the moments you remember forever. Join me, Bob Stew, and the most interesting guests in sports for the all-new Rise and Shine.
Download Rise and Shine right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's SCHEIN.
Welcome, everyone. This is Dave LaGreca here, letting you know that Busted Open is now live 7 days a week. So join myself as well as Hall of Fame wrestlers like Bully Ray, Mark Henry, Mickey James, and more for knowledgeable pro wrestling talk, entertaining debates, and interviews with the biggest names in the game every single day of the week on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or subscribe to YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Brandon Marshall, a.k.a. The Beast from I Am Athlete.
And this is Ashley Nicole Moss. Every weekday, hear us talking sports, culture, and more with Paper Route on the I Am Athlete podcast feed. There isn't anybody who has a chemistry quite like myself and Brandon Marshall.
That's what makes all of these shows great, is the personalities. Check us out every weekday on YouTube or download Paper Route as part of the I Am Athlete podcast feed on the SXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
And Bank of the NHL, for every fan and every team. It pays to discover. Discover Bank, member FDIC. A high sticking call on Jack Roslovic and Brian Hayward's second power play of the night for the Florida Panthers.
And not a good penalty. It was against Aaron Ekblad, and just I think an uncharacteristic play by Roslovic, but he got a little careless with his stick. It wasn't much of a high stick, but he did make contact with the helmet of Ekblad. It's going to cost him a couple of minutes. Remember that opening power play of the game for the Panthers. They got nothing really accomplished on it. The Ranger penalty kill looks exceptional.
Yeah, they're 0 for 1 tonight as they win the draw and work it around the boards. You mentioned uncharacteristic. Roslovic set a career high in penalty minutes this season with 16. So, yeah, uncharacteristic. Now shorthanded, the Rangers And Kreider breaks his stick as he tried to pull the trigger. He goes to the bench and changes as the Panthers hustle back the other way. Barkov cuts to the middle, puts it over on the wing, and a pass attempt deflected away. Good job by the penalty kill there, as it was Trocheck who got his stick in the way, and the Panthers are able to clear as Trouba shuttles it down the ice. Quick change for the penalty kill. It's the second period. It's the long change. So the Rangers straighten out their personnel, and now Barkov right through the middle of the ice to Reinhart. Protects the puck on right wing. Try to get it back to Barkov. It trickles through him. Gaudreau goes around the boards, but it's Kachuk who keeps it in. Reinhart circles out high. Can't get the pass from him, and Gaudreau wastes no time icing the puck.
Yeah, great job by Gaudreau. Quick stick in the middle of the ice. Deflected a puck. Allowed his defenseman to get the clear.
Under a minute to go in the Florida power play. Bennett gains his own right through the middle. He'll pull the trigger, and that shot partially blocked. Bounces to the left of Shesterkin. He's out to quickly cover with a glove.
I'm not so sure that shot by Sam Bennett didn't hit his own player. Evan Rodriguez in the back of the leg. The Ranger defense, again, a little bit guilty of backing in. Actually, getting a second look at it, John, it was actually the defenseman Trouba with the block.
Face off to the left of Shesterkin. Still 46 seconds left in the minor penalty to Roslovic for high sticking. Game 2 in this series, Friday night, right back here at the Garden. We'll have it for you here on Sports USA, as we will have every game the rest of the way in these Stanley Cup playoffs. Panthers control the draw. Ekman Larsson at the line. Walks it to the middle, throws it to the net. Traffic in front of Shesterkin, but he steers it aside. To the corner, Lundell recovers for Florida, whips it around the boards. Tarasenko jams it right back. Cut off along the end wall and cleared by the Rangers.
Well, puck battles. It's all about winning puck battles right now for New York on this penalty kill.
Final 15 seconds of the power play. Tarasenko brings it in on left wing for Florida. His pass, though, intercepted. And it's Mika Zibanejad who will send it 200 feet this time. That's going to pretty much do it. The penalty to Roslovic will expire. He's out of the box. The Rangers full strength. And New York 2 for 2 on the kill tonight. Bennett carries back into the New York zone. Throws it to the net. And Shesterkin will hang on.
You know, John, it's unusual when a power play is able to get the puck across the line with possession as often as the Panthers have on their power plays, but then nothing happens. Then they turn the puck over. So they're able, the entries are clean, but they're not getting shots. And it's a credit to the Rangers having their sticks in the right position. A very disciplined penalty kill from New York and has led to really virtually no chances for Florida when they have had their two-man advantages in this game. And I know you have a theory about this, that at some point during the game, perhaps these power plays will even out.
Perhaps. Ranger penalty kill has been good in the playoffs, 89.5%. However, with their 2 for 2 tonight, Florida's now just one of their last 15 in the postseason on the power play. Stenlund trying to keep the puck in at the line, can't as the Rangers break out off the defensive zone face-off win, and it's backhanded in by Barclay Goodrow. 92nd career Stanley Cup playoff game for Barclay Goodrow. Kulikov in the corner seemed to have time, but he tried to clear and he hit the referee. It came back to him, and Forsling is able to carry to center, but no further. And the Rangers regroup. We're halfway through Game 1 at the Garden. 1-0 Florida as Schneider's pass goes off the skate of Gustafsson and creates a little chaos. The Rangers will regroup. Schneider again out of his own zone, plays catch with Gustafsson, and now chips it in. Bobrovsky reaches out with his goal stick to knock it down off the end boards. Kulikov goes off the glass, and that puck will go out of play. 9:16 to go, second period in New York. The Rangers trail the Panthers 1-0 in Game 1. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
Last year's RV trip, we met a couple with the same bumper sticker. What are the odds?
Your cousin isn't a good storyteller.
He was a podiatrist, or was it a pharmacist? Huh,
you don't say.
Oh, I can't remember.
But she owns an RV protected by Progressive, and you don't. So until you get your own RV, her stories are the most interesting stories you've ever heard.
Wow, interesting.
And when you do get your own RV, save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive.
Oh, anesthesiologist. He was an anesthesiologist.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
O'Reilly Improve visibility and save $8 instantly when you pick up a new pair of Bosch Icon wiper blades in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bosch Icon wiper blades have up to a 40% longer life than other premium wiper blades. The professional parts people will even install them for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Back at the Garden, it's game one between the Panthers and Rangers. 1-0 Florida on top. We are in the Grainger broadcast booth here in Manhattan. When you need products in a pinch, Grainger, they've got you covered. Get same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. Call, click Grainger.com or stop by to get what your business needs. The Panthers 0 for 2 on power plays. The Rangers have yet to have a man advantage. We're halfway through game one. 9:16 to go in the second period at the Garden. Panthers with a 1-0 lead and a 15-9 advantage on the shot chart as they get it into the Ranger zone. Keandre Miller, the Minnesota native who went to college at Wisconsin. I still don't understand that. Has it in his skates along the end boards behind Igor Shesterkin. Barkov digs it out, whips it around, and Forsling takes a hit but keeps it in on the left side. Now Barkov controls out of the corner, trying to find a little space. He weaves, brings it to the forehand out of the corner, met by Miller. At the side of the net, he knocks it away, but Tarasenko is there. He keeps it going for Florida, takes it behind the net and chases around the boards. Panarin slaps it away from him, and Trocheck makes an area pass that Keandre Miller gets to.
Vinny Trocheck, I mean, that's a big challenge for him to be able to control Sasha Barkov down low in the defensive zone. He did a nice job there, kind of fending Barkov off.
Trocheck, originally a Florida draft pick, was taken in the third round before he turned pro. Has since gone to Carolina before coming here to the Rangers as a free agent 2 years ago in the offseason. He and Panarin have been somewhat quiet in this game as the Rangers able to get it into the Florida zone, but the play is offside. And Lindgren, who was just trying to stay out of the way of the hit from Kachuk, questions the call as we go down to Billy Jaffe.
Hey, guys, earlier you had 2 breakaways for the New York Rangers, right? Well, Bobrovsky ends up stopping them both. Very similar to what we saw in the Boston Bruins series. They had upwards of 10 breakaways, believe it or not, in that 6-game series against Florida, except only 1 breakaway goal went in. That was in Game 6 when Pavel Zacha went to his backhand and upstairs. Speaking of going upstairs on Bobrovsky, that was the book on him in round 2. He got beat by most goals upstairs.
You know, the interesting thing about that, Johnny, is again, when the Panthers break down, it's a major breakdown. You know, it's a breakaway. It's a 2-on-1. And that's because their defense is so active. They do take some chances, some gambles to try and get up in the rush, and then if the puck turns over, they get caught.
It's still a one-shot hockey game as Verhaeghe has his shot deflected into the netting above the high glass. You can sense the Panthers have taken the crowd a little bit out of this hockey game. It was as only a Garden can be electric before the start of this game. But the fact that the Rangers have been kept off the scoreboard and have trailed since the 16:24 mark of the opening period feeds into the road team. Panthers 4-1 on the road in these playoffs. And they win the draw in the New York zone. Kulikov with a high shot, reaching up to glove it down is Shesterkin. He doesn't have an option to play it, so he'll hold.
He doesn't have an option because he catches that puck and he looks at Gustafsson, and Gustafsson just kind of skates away from him. I don't want it. And there's going to be a change on the Ranger blue line.
I mentioned it had been tough sledding for Eric Gustafsson the last couple of games. He played the first 8 games of this postseason paired with Jacob Trouba, and then Peter Laviolette made the change and went back to the former pairing, putting him with Braden Schneider before Game 5 against Carolina. And that is still his defense pair right now. Panthers win the draw, and a slap shot from the line by Forsling, again, is just gobbled up by Igor Shesterkin.
You know, what a story Gustav Forsling has been for Florida. He's 27 years old. He was a waiver pickup for them. Got him from Carolina, and he has just turned into maybe the most reliable defenseman they have in their lineup. I mean, it's an incredible story of a player really kind of blossoming later on.
Oh, and right off the draw and right on cue, he gets a shot through that I believe Barkov tipped just wide after winning the faceoff. Only Brandon Montour plays more than Gus Forsling in these playoffs for Florida. And now he has to chase as the puck will come all the way back into the Florida zone. No real duress as Philip Hedl watches him from the other side of the net. Forsling plus 56 in the regular season. Had 2 goals, including the series winner against Boston in the second round. Here's a turnover at the blue line, and Lafreniere the other way, protecting the puck on the backhand, and the long reach of Nico Mikkola forced him behind the net, and his shot went well wide. Kept alive by the Rangers, and now Panarin in the left corner. 120 points in the regular season, puts it on a tee for Lindgren, whose one-timer misses the mark. Fox pinches up the right boards from his defensive position, puts it behind the net. Mikkola sweeps it along, and now it's Lindgren's turn to pinch from the line. Panarin behind the net, intercepts, tried to get it to Lafreniere, but it was on his backhand. Instead, Fox will try from the line, and that misses the outstretched glove of Bobrovsky, and is hoisted all the way back by the Panthers. A late wave off of the icing. That was clearly not an icing. I don't know why the linesman took so long to wave that off. And now the Rangers in a little trouble in their own zone. No stick for Ryan Lindgren, who broke his. Oh, and the centering pass just went behind Lundell as Panarin will bring it back for the Blue Shirts. Angles it in, and unable to catch up to it is Barclay Goodrow. Lobbed back by the Panthers as both teams try to straighten out their personnel. And a long lead pass just out of the reach of Jimmy Vesey. The Ranger winger chases into the right corner of the Florida zone, but the Panthers play it away. And this goes off the stick of Braden Schneider back into the New York zone. Stretched ahead, and Trocheck lobs it in. Ekblad took a hit, moved the puck up the boards, and here's Barkov. Cuts to the middle, his rink-wide pass goes right through Matthew Kachuk. No icing as Verhaeghe gets to it first. Kachuk tried to get it to the net from the corner. It was blocked. It comes back to him. Now he hands it off to Ekblad, the defenseman. Right shot coming up the left boards. Spins it down low. Verhaeghe tangled up with Will Cooley there. I beg your pardon, it's Lindgren again. It comes right in front. Here's Barkov. Backhander off the glove of Shesterkin and just wide.
That's a big stop. A little cycle play for the Panthers, and Barkov is sprung right on top of the doorstep. It's a big save by Shesterkin.
He's got it again behind the net and now churns out the right boards, middle of the ice. Forsling shot deflected over top. Verhaeghe gets to the carom, stuffs it right back through the crease. Couldn't connect with Kachuk, and the Rangers are able to clear. Pressure from the Panthers, who lead game 1-0 with 4.5 to go here in the second period. Lead pass through center, and Tarasenko for the Panthers gains the zone. Reinhart puts it behind the net, and again it's Barkov trying to keep it alive on the back of the Ranger goal. He got tangled up with Trouba there, a couple of big boys, and Keandre Miller sandwedges it to center. Brandon Montour gets the handle and wires it around the boards back into the Ranger zone. Bennett to the right corner, pops it loose for Reinhart, who gives it back, or tried to give it back to him. Keandre Miller with a nice play, knocked it down, and the Rangers away to center. Cutting right through the logo at center ice now was Will Cooley, and then he tries to deliver a hit on Kulikov after the dump in, but Kulikov shakes it off. A 15-year veteran who was a first-round draft pick of the Panthers back in 2009 and has come back for a second tour of duty, is whistled for icing the puck. So the faceoff will come back into the Florida zone.
Yeah, that was a questionable icing call at best. The Rangers are going to take full advantage. And with an offensive zone faceoff in a game where they haven't had a ton of looks at Sergei Bobrovsky, they get the Trocheck line right back over the boards. Been a better period. The start of the second period was much better for New York, but momentum has shifted a little bit in favor of the Panthers.
Trocheck with the face-off win. Fox comes up the right boards. Bad angle shot. Saved by Bobrovsky, who drops his stick to cover it up. The Rangers have just 10 shots on goal, and there's 3:40 to go in the second period of Game 1. They have yet to beat Bobrovsky. Our score, Florida 1 and the Rangers nothing. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA. We'll be back after these local messages.
Hello, I'm James Corden, and I'm so thrilled for you to hear my show, This Life of Mine. Join me every week for incredible conversations from the biggest stars.
I'm Kim Kardashian.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Renner.
I'm Sienna Miller.
I'm Martin Scorsese.
I'm Julianne Moore.
I'm Tom Ford.
I'm Kris Jenner.
I'm Odell Beckham Jr.
Welcome.
Welcome to
This Life of Mine.
With me, James Corden. You can listen on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on Stars Channel 109 or listen on the SiriusXM app.
Explore the powerful AAPI voices.
Bleeding me dry like a damn vampire.
Uplifting every corner of the culture.
All I wanna do is keep giving you.
On their own SiriusXM channel. AAPI Now.
It's a beautiful way to recognize Asians for all that we are.
AAPI Now. Throughout Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. On Channel 107 and in the new SiriusXM app.
In the 90s.
Hey, Insiders. Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you, the one that hasn't subscribed yet. I know, there's like 70% of you guys that watch these games, listen to these games, and don't hit that subscribe button. Come on, it's free. Hit that subscribe button and let's help this community grow and continue to get bigger and better and bring more sports content every single day. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and let's get this party back in action. Back to the hockey.
Veterans and their families. Our members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. As we were going to break, Brian Hayward, I mentioned only 10 shots on goal for the Rangers at this point in time. This Florida team, different than the one that went to the finals last year, in so much as they can shut opponents down. Have they shut the Rangers down to this point in your mind?
Well, they've shut their key players down. Zibanejad still looking for his first shot on goal in this game. And for the most part, you haven't really noticed Chris Kreider all that often either. So, yes, certainly if the focus is on the top six of the Rangers, especially that top line of Kreider, Zibanejad, and Roslovic, there's been really nothing generated by them thus far in this game.
You look at the shot chart, and at least it follows some trends. The Rangers have been outshot by their opponents in the playoffs in all but 2 games. And Florida has only been outshot by their opponent once in these playoffs. It's 1-0 Florida. Shots are 17-10 in favor of the Panthers as we're now down to 3 minutes to go in the second period of Game 1. Kreider around the boards to Trouba. At the right point, he kept it in. Tried to get it down low, but a quick centering pass by Roslovic tipped away. And back comes Barkov. The Florida captain will ride it around the boards into the New York zone. Reinhart has it in his skates and just waits for the hit from Keandre Miller. Verhaeghe digs it loose. He had an assist on the only goal of the game. He's now got 12 points in this postseason. Back to the line, Forsling. Got it through and a little rebound. Shesterkin crossed up as Verhaeghe cut in front of him right when the shot arrived, but he was able to cover it.
Yeah, he might have got a little touch on that real smart point shot from Gus Forsling. You know, I was talking about the inability of the Zibanejad line to get an opportunity so far in this game. They look close on that last shift, and all of a sudden Sasha Barkov on the back check hits a stick into a passing lane, makes a real smart-looking defensive play. So, you know, that's the issue, I think, for Peter Laviolette in this game. How does he find the time to free up Zibanejad? That line has got to get going if the Rangers are going to get going in this series.
Lundell wins the draw. The shot by Forsling goes wide. It's cleared back into Florida ice by the Rangers, and Forsling tracks it down. Lundell skiing on him on the back check was Gaudreau, but he's able to muscle it into the Rangers zone, and again, no stick for Lindgren. Out of the corner, Panthers get it to the front of the net. A spinning shot by Kachuk misses the net. Verhaeghe gets it to the line. Ekblad saucers it all the way across. Coming out high on the left boards was Kachuk to join the defense and keep it alive. They'll send it around the kick plate. Now Verhaeghe looking in front for Lundell. It went off his skate and is reeled in by Shesterkin, who covers up. That's the second time in the last couple of minutes we've seen Brian Lindgren lose his stick in the defensive zone, and that makes coverage very, very difficult.
Now, Gaudreau had to give him his stick, and so now they're essentially a man short. And, in the second period, the bench is so far away. You just can't recover from that. It was a smart play by Shesterkin to grab a loose puck near his crease, pull it back in, and hold it for a whistle. Allow Laviolette to get the change.
Just under 2 to go, second period. Florida 1, the Rangers nothing. Face off to the right of Igor Shesterkin. Luosterainen to oppose Trocheck on the draw. Luosterainen came over from the Carolina Hurricanes in the trade that sent Vinny Trocheck at the time to the Hurricanes. Icing call here as Florida controls but tries to re-enter the zone the hard way. It's interesting when you follow the origins of those trades and how things play out over time, isn't it, Brian?
It sure is. Trocheck has become such an important part of this Ranger team this year. Anton Lundell has become, I think, a critical piece of the Panthers' rise in the postseason this year.
9 points for Lundell in 11 playoff games this year coming in to tonight's game. Trocheck, who leads the Rangers in face-off win percentage, wins the draw. Fox with a shot that doesn't get through from the top of the left circle. Fox was held in a penalty coming up to Florida, and Ekman Larsson touches up behind the net. About 18,000 people in the building made the call, and they feel like they made it before Steve Kazari. But nonetheless, the Rangers will get their first power play of this series.
Well, this is going to be interesting.
Florida number 9, minor penalty holding the stick.
So it's Sam Bennett who is guilty of holding the stick. And the reason why the Rangers go on the power play. So we've seen 2 ineffective Florida Panther power plays in this game. And this Ranger power play, and I've said this time and time again, which has at times carried a team that has been outplayed at 5-on-5, gets a chance.
This Ranger power play sponsored by Fisher Investments. Fisher Investments takes a disciplined approach to investing, helping clients navigate volatile markets. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. The Ranger power play, lethal in these playoffs at 31.4%, just 1 for 10 in their last 4 games, and they get their first chance. Off the face-off, Fox got one through, stick save made by Bobrovsky, and it's collected behind the net and whipped around and out by Gus Forsling.
To me, it's Adam Fox that really is the straw that stirs the drink for this Ranger power play. He is so crafty back there as the quarterback at the blue line. He makes right decisions with the puck time and time again.
Panarin had it knocked off his stick on the attempted entry at the blue line by Gus Forsling. And the Panthers clear off the skate of Luosterainen. Under a minute now to go in the period. Paul Maurice told us at the end of that second-round series against Boston, he said the best stick he has defensively is that of Gus Forsling. He says, we do 2-on-1s in practice. The players just laugh because he tips pucks away at will. He just did it there, and now the Rangers have to go 200 feet.
Boy, the Panthers really protecting the blue line.
Panarin brings it in and swings it around, and behind the net they try to reverse it back to him, and he's got it in the right corner. Panarin side of the net for Kreider. Behind the back pass, Trocheck moves quickly, and Zibanejad's one-timer is blocked. Diving effort kept it in, and the Panthers clear. Oh, they had Reinhart trying to sneak behind the defense. He had 5 shorthanded goals in the regular season. Fox carries it back in, leaves for Panarin. Under 10 seconds to go in the period. Back to Fox, right circle, pass across. Stick save by Bobrovsky, lunging to his right. What a save on Zibanejad. And the horn sounds, bringing an end to the second period. The Rangers will have over half a minute left on the power play when the third period begins. But, Brian, that might have been the best save of this game so far.
No question about it. Adam Fox had the puck down low, and he zipped it cross ice. Not quite to the far dot. Zibanejad, a right-handed shot. It was right in his wheelhouse. He zipped it at the net. It was interesting because Trocheck was almost on top of Bobrovsky, but somehow he was able to get across and get his right toe on it, but just a terrific stop by him.
So the Rangers will begin the third period on the power play, and they'll also begin the third period on the short end of the scoreboard. After 2 in Game 1 at the Garden, it's the Florida Panthers 1, the New York Rangers nothing. Coming up next, Rob Brender will have our Weber Grills Intermission report. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easy free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. So you ask, how do hands-free Skechers Slip-ins work? Well, it's like they have this invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place. Then our heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. And slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. From sneakers to casual shoes and even sandals. Yes, even sandals. So raise your hands in the air and put your shoes on like you just don't care. Because you just went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now during our Memorial Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed plus free home delivery when you add any base. Ends Memorial Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Rob Render back at the Sports USA studios. This is the Weber Grill Second Intermission Report. Fill the grill and fire up the party with Weber. Smoke, roast, and sear on the same grill. Get fired up for the Weber Sear Wood Pellet Grill. We are in the second intermission at Madison Square Garden in New York City with the score. It's the Panthers 1, Rangers 0. This is Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. Let's take a listen back to the highlights from the second period. No goals on the board, but several huge saves. Let's start with Sergei Bobrovsky.
Ryan Lindgren wins the puck ahead. Roslovic chips it ahead. Here's a break, and it's Cooley. Came right off the bench, and the second breakaway of the game. This one stopped by Bobrovsky, who makes a pad save. Here's another rush for the Rangers. Trocheck drives the center lane. Redirected right on, and Bobrovsky with another huge stop.
Those were a couple of the early saves in the second periods from Sergei Bobrovsky. We will hear from him again in just a moment. On the other side, Igor Shesterkin has been a little bit busier in this one than Bob has, and Shesterkin has also come up big when needed.
It comes right in front. Here's Barkov. Backhander off the glove of Shesterkin and just wide.
That's a big stop.
Yeah, one of the 18 shots that Igor has faced in this game, he has allowed just one goal. That one, of course, coming in the first period off the stick of Matthew Kachuk. We'll recap that for you in just a moment. As I mentioned, Sergei Bobrovsky, very good early in the period, and he was great late.
Fox carries it back in, leaves for Panarin. Under 10 seconds to go in the period. Back to Fox, right circle, pass across. Stick save by Bobrovsky, lunging to his right. What a save on Zibanejad, and the horn sounds, bringing an end to the second period.
Right at the end of the second period, what a save from Sergei Bobrovsky with the Rangers on the power play at the time. Sam Bennett picked up a holding the stick penalty at 18:34, putting Florida shorthanded, and Bob saved their bacon right before the horn sounded. The Rangers will have a little bit of carryover time, 26 seconds of carryover to be exact, on the power play when the third period begins. As far as Bobrovsky goes, he's faced 11 total shots in this one and has allowed 0 goals. As I mentioned, Igor Shesterkin has faced 18 shots and allowed 1 goal thus far. And your score after 2 periods of play at Madison Square Garden, it is the Panthers 1 and the Rangers 0. When we come back, our Billy Jaffe will have a player interview for us as the Weber Girls Intermission Report continues. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
NHLShop.com, the official online store of the National Hockey League, and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear, with unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics, Adidas, and all the latest styles for every NHL team. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLShop.com, a Fanatics experience.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them. With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Welcome back to the Progressive Insurance Studios. I am Rob Brender. Protect your home and auto. Save when you bundle. Get a quote at Progressive.com. This is the Weber Grill's second intermission report. Your score after 2 periods of play at Madison Square Garden. It's the Panthers 1, Rangers 0. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. Coming up tomorrow, the Stars will take on the Oilers. Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. You can hear it right here on many of these Sports USA stations. The Stars are back in the conference final for the second straight year and third time in the last 5 seasons. They had to beat the last 2 Stanley Cup champions in the first 2 rounds to get here. They beat the Golden Knights in 7 games in the first round, followed that up by taking down the Avalanche in 6 games in round 2. Stars head coach Peter DeBoer was asked if the preparation to face the Oilers has been similar to the way they prepared to take on the Avalanche.
I would liken Edmonton. It's going to be a combination of what we dealt with Colorado and also what we dealt with Vegas. I think it's a little bit of a hybrid of both those teams. So, we're going to have to pull all the things we did well against those 2 opponents, and I think that will apply, but that's easier said than done, and you've also got the best player in the world to deal with.
As far as the Oilers go, they are in the conference final for the second time in the last 3 seasons. They beat the Kings in 5 games in the opening round, but got a much stiffer challenge in the second round from the Canucks. They needed 7 games to get past Vancouver, finishing off that series on Monday. And if you're curious about the head-to-head matchup, the Stars went 2-1 against the Oilers during the regular season. This is the first time they'll meet in the playoffs since 2003. Again, game 1 of the Western Conference Final. Oilers and Stars coming up tomorrow. You can hear it on many of these Sports USA stations. Face-off is set for 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Pre-game show at 8 p.m. Eastern. Again, right here on Sports USA. When we come back, our Billy Jaffe will have a player interview for us as the Weber Grills Intermission Report continues. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
Family Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data, and you get to choose who joins your family plan starting as low as $25 a line. Does it have to be family? It can be family or people you like.
Get more lines and more savings. Switch to Straight Talk for family plan starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Because you want to hear bacon and eggs on your outdoor griddle, not the scraping of rust. Introducing the Weber Slate Rust-Resistant Griddle. Stays ready, not rusty. With a carbon steel cooktop, pre-seasoned and ready to cook on right out of the box. The Weber Slate heats evenly edge to edge up to 500 degrees. All you'll hear is the gasp of amazement from friends and family when you serve the food. Cooking with the Weber Slate Rust-Resistant Griddle just sounds delicious and tastes even better.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. what's in your wallet.
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a bachelor's degree. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Plus, get your application fee waived through May 31st. Flexible online and hybrid classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
Welcome back to the Weber Girls Intermission Report. I am Rob Brender. Your score after 2 periods of play, Madison Square Garden. It's the Panthers 1, Rangers nothing. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. Just a few moments ago, our Billy Jaffe caught up with Rangers forward Jimmy Vesey.
All right, Jimmy, a 1-goal game. A good start to the period for the New York Rangers. What did you guys do better the first couple of minutes that gave you some chances?
Just wanted to play more north. I thought we'd turn some pucks over in the neutral zone in the first, and then just try to play a simpler game there, but I think we still need to get more shots on the goalie. Are you guys frustrated at all by what Florida's doing on the ice? No, you can't be frustrated. I mean, it's Eastern Conference Final, playing a good team, so we knew it was going to be a battle, and like you said, 1-goal game going into the third. All right, also a good end of the period there with a chance on the power play. How important is it to get the power play and the special teams going? Your penalty kill's been great so far. Yeah, I mean, special teams can be a big part of this time of year, and penalty kill's been real good tonight, and still got some time on the power play here, and hopefully we can capitalize and go from there. Thanks for your time, Jimmy. Good luck on the third. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. That's our Billy Jaffe with Rangers forward Jimmy Vesey. As Jimmy pointed out, they'll have 26 seconds of power play time remaining. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
The latest news of the night.
Svechnikov and now Hamilton. Back for Andre. He's in for a shot. He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Rob Brender at the Sports USA studios. Just about time to start the third period at Madison Square Garden. The only goal in this one, Matthew Kachuk for Florida in the first period at 16:25 from Forsling and Verhaeghe, his 5th of the playoffs. 1-0 Panthers over the Rangers. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. This has been the Weber Girls Intermission Report. Coming up after this, we will rejoin our John Hollers and Brian Hayward at Madison Square Garden for the third period of Game 1 between the Rangers and Panthers. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
Set your alarm. Memorial Day doorbusters are here at Lowe's. Save big on a Master Forge 3-burner gas grill for just $99. Plus, save over $500 on a Whirlpool top-load laundry pair, now only $896. Beat the rush for these limited-time deals before they're gone. Because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 5/27. Appliance offer valid on items 782472 and 670009. Price includes all discounts while supplies last.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
When it's time for a brake job, go with a solution that delivers one of the smoothest and most quiet rides on the road. Napa Silent Guard brakes. Made with fiber-reinforced shims that eliminate noise for the life of the pad, rubber-coated hardware for a better fit on 99.5% of vehicles, and quality design that meets and exceeds OE performance. Napa Silent Guard brakes deliver the stopping power and performance drivers demand in their vehicles. Available now at Napa locations nationwide. John Hollers alongside Brian Hayward, Billy Jaffe, and the rest of our Sports USA crew back at Madison Square Garden in New York through 2 periods of play in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. The Florida Panthers have a 1-0 lead over the New York Rangers. Time for Ask the Pros is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Earlier tonight, we invited you to ask our pro, Brian Hayward, anything about tonight's game. Our question comes from Cleo in Dallas, who says, what can the New York Rangers do to generate more versus Sergei Bobrovsky? Brian, they have only 11 shots on goal through the first two periods.
Well, I think it really starts with not winning puck battles in the offensive zone. So, you can even backtrack a little bit further than that. When they do dump the puck in, first of all, they got to keep it away from Bobrovsky. He's handled it a lot in this game. On the few times that they have dumped it in, he's been able to get a touch on the puck almost every time. Keep it away from the goalie, and then it's a puck battle. And 50-50 puck battles should be that. You should win 50% of them. They're not winning 50% of them. I'll focus on the Zibanejad line. Zibanejad just had a great chance, but that was on the power play. At even strength, they're getting nothing. Kreider only has one shot on goal in this game. Zibanejad's still looking for his first shot. This is a team that has to start to get more pucks in deep and be willing to grind it out in order to generate chances. They haven't done it yet in this game, but they got 20 minutes. It's a one-goal game, so there's plenty of incentive for them to really elevate.
Still 34 seconds left in the Rangers' only power play of this game when the third period commences. That's still a couple of moments away, so let's go to Billy Chaffee.
Hey, guys, one quick thing. Hazy, you're talking about puck possession, getting more opportunity. How about the fact that the big guys, Barkov, Lundell, and throw Reinhart into the mix in faceoffs, are combined 15 wins and just 7 losses. And a lot of those, are going against those big two lines for the New York Rangers. So not only defending well, skating well, but they're also winning the pucks off the faceoffs an awful lot. That sets the tone for a lot of shifts against those lines.
Yeah, that's a great point, Billy. The Rangers in the regular season were the 7th best faceoff team in the entire National Hockey League. They're at home, and yet they've won only 40% of the draws through the first two periods of play. The New York Rangers have 3 of their 8 wins in this postseason of the comeback variety. They won 30 games in the regular season that way. Conversely, the Florida Panthers are 4-0 in these playoffs when they lead after 2 periods of play. So the Rangers will have just over a half minute remaining on this power play as the third period begins. Zibanejad comes out to take the face-off. He's joined by Kreider and Trocheck up front. Panarin is back on the blue line with Adam Fox.
And, of course, Paul Maurice is going with his aces on the penalty kill, Reinhart and Barkov. They're always first over the boards in terms of the forwards on the penalty kill. The interesting thing is to find out that, Reinhart had never killed a penalty prior to arriving in Florida. Never with the Sabres, never with his junior team, but boy, what a force he's become on the penalty kill.
Rangers bring it into the Florida zone, and Kreider winds it around the boards. Zibanejad swings it back, and Fox can't control it at the line. This will come back. Shesterkin wanders way out to set it up, but now only 5 seconds left in the penalty to Bennett. Fox circles the net, carries through the logo at center, puts it on left wing. Panarin gains the zone. It's knocked away, and stepping out of the box is Bennett. He nearly stepped into that puck. It'll come all the way back, and Shesterkin handles. So the Panthers now, over the course of their last 8 games, 19 of their last 20 on the penalty kill. Rangers to center. Lafreniere can't catch up with the pass at the blue line, and it's just thrown off the glass to the Rangers stripe. Keandre Miller plays it away, and the Rangers do not get a touch on this as it goes all the way down the ice for icing.
John, we talked about the fact that, against Carolina, the Rangers struggled at the end of that series on the power play against a high-pressure penalty kill, and, that's what they are facing with this Florida group. I got to get back to Reinhart on the penalty kill, though. What a threat he brings to the table. For the team that's on the power play, he gets the puck, he's thinking goal.
And he had 5 shorthanded goals in the regular season. That was second most in the entire National Hockey League. So, as you pointed out, for somebody who hadn't played that role very much, he leaned into it.
He certainly did.
Panthers at center, wind it around into the New York zone. Shesterkin cuts it off behind the net. Gathered in, Keandre Miller up the boards on the left side, and Will Cooley, the rookie, saucers it back into Florida ice. A little reversal by Ekman Larsson. And Luosterainen finds a man middle of the ice. Cooley broke it up. Jimmy Vesey keeps it in for the Rangers. Barclay Goudreau behind the net. nudges it around the wall, kept at the point. VC just whisks it wide of the Florida net. Ekman Larsson takes a hit, lets the puck come through, and gets it back on a little reversal from Eetu Luosterainen. Lob to center. Evan Rodriguez can't knock it down, and Fox countering as the Panthers try to finish a change. VC up left wing into the middle, and off the heel of the stick of Barclay Goodrow. It's collected and cleared out of the zone by Evan Rodriguez. Barkov, the one-man forecheck, pressuring Lindgren all the way back in the Rangers zone. And the New York defender backhands it up the wall. Panthers trying to steal one on Broadway. They lead game 1-0. Just over 2 minutes gone in the third period. Shesterkin from behind the net backhands it up the wall. Was on the shelf. Tarasenko knocks it down. And again, the Panther forecheck creating problems. Reinhart runs it down on the right side. Quick little pass to Tarasenko, turned away by Shesterkin. That's a nice little three-man play from behind the net. Now Barkov comes away with it again for Florida to the line. And Makela's shot deflected wide. Puck battle in the corner, and Trocheck gets a second chance to get it back to Fox. And now Vinny Trocheck away to center. Stretches it through the middle of the ice. Panarin couldn't catch the pass at the Florida blue line. Still corrals it and gets it on net as he comes into the Panther zone. And finally it's reeled in by Bobrovsky, who left a little loose change laying around.
It's interesting in this game. The Panthers are able to generate some opportunities off of the cycle in the offensive zone. The Rangers, for the most part, no. I mean, their best chances have been the breakaway chances that they've had in the game, and maybe one long stretch pass to Artemi Panarin. But in terms of the cycle game, it's a big edge to Florida so far tonight.
Friday is game 2 from the Garden here, and then the series will shift to South Florida. Amarant Arena for games 3 and 4 Sunday and Tuesday of next week. Panthers win the draw, and they clear off the glass all the way down. Eric Gustafsson picks it up for the Rangers on the icing call.
Well, the icings always create opportunities for a team to get the personnel on the ice that you think can help generate something. Roslovic is still out there with Zibanejad and Kreider, so there's been no shaking up of the lines to this point from Laviolette.
Off the draw, Fox up the right boards, tries to get it in front. That's denied. Ekblad was there to knock it aside, and the Panthers exit the zone. Kachuk angles it up the wall, and Lundell tracks it down in the New York zone. Spun around. Lindgren for the Rangers played it away. Then Roslovic got bounced around in the corner and lost the puck. Kachuk to the line. Ekblad gets it in front. Spinning attempt by Verhaeghe is gloved by Shesterkin. Well, that was a grade A opportunity as the Panthers got into the middle of the ice there. Their leading goal scorer in this postseason had an opportunity to double the lead.
Yeah, Verhaeghe collected a puck right about the hash marks, but his momentum was taking him a little bit further away from the net. So as he spun around and released that wrist shot, it made life a little bit easier for the goaltender Shesterkin to really track the release point. And again, it hit him right in the midsection. He was able to hold on. No rebound whatsoever.
Kachuk's 5th of the playoffs at 16-24. The first is the only goal of this game. The Panthers lead game 1-0, 16-26. Remains in the third period. Evan Rodriguez has to step in and take the draw for Florida, and he's beaten in the ring to the right of Shesterkin. And the puck cleared off the stick of Hedl. Kulikov slaps it out of the Florida zone. And off the boards back into the Ranger end. Eric Gustafsson ahead, and Panarin taps it into the middle of the ice. It's quickly redirected by the Panthers into the New York zone. Gustafsson will try again. Circling into the middle of the ice was Hedl, poked off his stick by Evan Rodriguez. Rodriguez and Luosterainen out there right now as the Rangers able to dump it in, and Mikkola protects as he went up the boards off the skate of Panarin. And back comes Luosterainen to center. He'll get it deep in the Ranger zone as the Panthers change behind the play. Schneider up the right side for the Rangers. Got it to Hedl. He gets it in. Bobrovsky out behind the net to play it. Montour has trouble with it. And Panarin forces him behind the net. VC whips it around. A lot of room at the right point. Trouba's shot does not get through. Ryan Lomberg got in the way. Florida's fourth line able to clear the zone. Cousins chases at center. Beaten to the loose puck by Keandre Miller. The Ranger defenseman stripped by Cousins. Here he comes into the Ranger zone, goes to the backhand. Little rebound off of Shesterkin. Stenlund got to it and poked it to the corner. Now Trouba ahead for Vesey. He'll get the red line and get it deep. The Rangers want to change. Bobrovsky again from behind the net swings it around. Off of Vesey, it stays in. Tarasenko cut his man off behind the net as it comes around. And Alexander Wenberg kept it in for the Rangers. Trouba activates, plays it back to the point, but it's picked off. And Tarasenko looking for Reinhart at center. Has that stolen away by Keandre Miller. Miller's been out there a long time.
He sure has. You know, I think the Rangers a little bit fortunate there. The Panthers had numbers on that counterattack. If they execute on the passing a little bit later, that could have been a great opportunity for them.
Miller finally able to get to the Ranger benches. New York gets it deep and finishes changes. Panthers go hard off the wall and out. Ekman Larsson only as far as the Ranger line. Fox retreats with it there. Adam Fox leads the Rangers in ice time in these playoffs, and his rink-wide pass at the Florida line broken up by Kachuk. Puck sent in behind the Florida net, and Ekman Larsson plays it off the glass and out. No icing as it comes back into the New York zone. Lindgren, coughs it up as he was pressured by Verhaeghe. Got a slash on his stick, and it went right on net. Shesterkin had to be alert. Bennett now from center marches right back into the Ranger zone on right wing for Evan Rodriguez. Cuts to the slot, and his backhander off the stick of Lindgren and out of play. Looks like his follow-through may have caught Lindgren in the face. And the linesman over to take a look. As Lindgren says he thought that was a penalty. I don't know if he'll get the call. We'll let you know when we come back. 13:47 to go, third period at the Garden. Florida 1, New York 0. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA. Back after these local messages.
This is Roddy Jones. If you missed any of our interviews from the ACC spring meetings, you can find them all right now on the SiriusXM app.
John Shire, such an important time in our program. I'm very excited where we've landed and the team we have for this upcoming year.
Head coach of the NC State women's basketball team, fresh off a Final Four run.
Woo, how about that?
That's more.
Just took me 35 years, man. That's all. It's easy.
Search ACC Radio or your favorite team and hear our conversations with head coaches, athletic directors, and more from around the conference on the new and improved SiriusXM app.
This is former PGA Tour winner Smiley Kaufman, host of The Smiley Show, a SiriusXM podcast.
Smiley Kaufman for 61.
I've got boots on the ground at every major tournament, which means each week I'm bringing you insights straight from the course and conversations with my friends on the PGA Tour. Because what's better than golfing with your buddies? Listen to The Smiley Show right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's SMYLIE.
Don't miss the all-new Rise and Shine, a SiriusXM podcast.
This is Adam Shine. Every Wednesday morning, we're going to make you remember why you love sports. The crack of the bat, the smell of the grass, the thrill of a buzzer beater, the heroes, the underdogs, the moments you remember forever. Join me, Bob Stew, and the most interesting guests in sports for the all-new Rise and Shine.
Download Rise and Shine right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's SCHEIN.
Tonight's game is presented by Discover, the official card and bank of the NHL. For every fan and every team, it pays to Discover. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
Goals have been tough to come by, John. Obviously, a 1-0 game. And these two teams ranked third and fourth, respectively, in terms of goals averaged during the postseason thus far. The remaining teams, only the Edmonton Oilers, averaging more per game. So this is a little bit of something we did not expect. This low scoring a tilt in game number one.
Wenberg wins the draw for the Rangers in the defensive zone, and it's lifted out, kept in by Gustafsson. Marches up the slot and then hands it off on the wing. The one-timer from Kakko hit the side of the net. Boy, that's one of those situations where it looked like Gustafsson was coming right down Broadway, and instead he passed it off down to 32nd Street.
It was a long pass, too, a long lateral pass, but the length of that pass allowed Bobrovsky to get into good position.
A regroup for the Rangers as Florida able to clear, and Braden Schneider gets center red, puts it up on the glass and in. Bobrovsky stays put as it rides around the boards to the left side and came all the way out center ice. Roslovic handling there. And it's dumped back in. Kreider in on the forecheck, and he got a bump on Ekblad. Puck comes up the wall. Roslovic kept it in, but he hit the brakes because he had a full frontal view of Aaron Ekblad, who had him lined up. Rangers keep it in and ride it around the boards. Zibanejad gets a piece of it, nudges it to the boards, and wins a puck battle from Reinhart. But he gets some help from his teammates and brings it back to center.
And it's the same matchup, shift after shift. It's Barkov and his line mates opposing Zibanejad.
The two number one lines have gone head-to-head so far, and it's 1-0 Florida. 12:20 to go in the game as the puck all the way back in the Florida zone, and they rule it was because the Rangers slapped it there. That's an icing call.
It is interesting the decisions that coaches have to make in a game like this. For Laviolette, you don't want to take your best players off the ice, and sometimes that's exactly what needs to be done if you're trying to avoid a matchup. But boy, they haven't been able to get much going, and Gustav Forsling has also been the defenseman on the ice opposing them virtually every shift they've been out there.
Rangers are the home team. It would appear that Paul Maurice is willing to go best against best as the Rangers ice it off the faceoff once again. So the faceoff comes back to the right of Igor Shesterkin. It was the matchup on the opening faceoff of this game.
Well, the Zibanejad line is still out there because of the icings. And, this is a long shift for them. And this has allowed Paul Maurice to change it up, get Lundell's group over the boards, and create a little bit of pressure, tire out the Zibanejad trio.
Zibanejad wins the draw. Trouba reverses it behind the net away from pressure. And it's saucered to center. Kreider kicks it into the middle of the ice, but Roslovic couldn't corral it. Now Lundell finds a man coming late on the wing. That's Verhaeghe. Goes wide, fires on a left pad save by Shesterkin as once again the defenseman used as a screen. Panthers do a nice job keeping the puck in the zone. Verhaeghe trying to center for Lundell. Picked off by Keandre Miller. Pushes it ahead at center, and Roslovic gets it deep. I think that hit the referee and bounced right in front of the Florida net. So the Panthers don't have to go 200 feet. Montour hands it off on the wing. Kulikov gets it in to the Rangers zone, and Fox is converged upon as he was just able to clear to center. Now retreating all the way into his own zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson, little touch pass, and Kevin Stenlund trying to cut in off left wing on his backhand. Drops it back, and Ekman-Larsson scores! The defenseman coming late. It's 2-0 Florida.
Shesterkin looked immediately to the referee. He thought he might have been interfered with, and there is a discussion going on between the officials on the ice. The original call was goal. Longberg was driving the net, but he's in the crease, John. I would be surprised if this goal is allowed to stand.
Well, he's trying to escape the crease at the point of the shot.
It does not matter.
Yeah, he bumped Shesterkin trying to get out.
He's inside the blue paint when Shesterkin goes to make a play on the puck.
Call on the ice was goal. Steve Kazari points at center ice and now takes a trip over to the bench area. And now that means it's in the hands of Peter Laviolette, who has yet to send any of his players out for the faceoff. And Steve Kazari now approaches the Ranger bench and asks Laviolette if he's going to challenge.
Laviolette had lots of time for his video review guys to take a peek at it, but there's no question that Lundberg makes contact.
Challenge for goaltender interference prior to the goal.
Yeah.
Now you heard Steve Kazari say prior to the goal there was a little contact between Ryan Lindgren and Lundberg as he tried to get out of the crease. And that was prior to the goal.
Lundberg got into the crease without any contact, however, from Lindgren. So he was already inside the blue paint. When Lindgren shoves him, yes, he does bump him and make it difficult for him to get out of the goaltender's way. But he was pretty deep in the crease. He was 1.5 feet inside the blue paint.
This all comes with 11:15 remaining in the third period. Clearly it's critical, Hazy. It's the difference between 2-0 and 1-0.
My batting average, by the way, is not 1,000 on these goalie interference penalties during the postseason.
Come on, you kidding?
But in my mind, there's no way this goal is allowed to stand.
And of course, not only the difference on the scoreboard, but were this goal allowed to stand, the Panthers would then in turn go on a power play for the failed challenge from Laviolette. So this is an apprehensive moment in the Garden, to say the least. If you're right, it stays 1-0. If you're wrong, it's 2-0, and Florida's on the power play.
The referees gave Peter Laviolette and his video replay
Here's
coach
Dan
lots of
O'Halloran.
time.
Of the play, 94 enters the crease before 55. We have contact with the goaltender prior to the push at 55. No goal.
A good explanation from Dan O'Rourke.
Isn't that nice?
There was contact with the goaltender before the push from Lindgren. That's the ruling. It remains 1-0.
Get the feeling in a game like this that the Rangers are looking for some kind of a catalyst to get the energy back into the building and to help this team start to generate something against Bobrovsky. Maybe this is it.
Panthers go right back to work. They win the neutral zone face-off and dump it in. Evan Verhaeghe involved in a battle and wins it in the corner. He took it away from Erik Gustafsson. Churns to the left corner. Wanted to cycle it back, and at the line, Forsling did not keep it in. There's that great stick, though. He was retreating defensively, and he still was able to slap that puck back into the New York zone. The play is ruled offside.
Outside of Florida, I mean, amongst the public at least, he's got to be one of the most underappreciated players in the game.
I don't think there's much doubt. I mean, it was prior to the start of the pandemic-shortened season in January of 21, and Florida plucks him off waivers. And this is a guy that a few years prior to going to Carolina had been a top 10 scoring defenseman with the Chicago Blackhawks. He had a 60-point season with them. Hard to believe that, or I beg your pardon, I'm mixing him up with Erik Gustafsson, but hard to believe he was available on waivers.
He's plus 116 in his last 3 seasons.
That's good, right?
Pretty good.
Puck back into the Rangers zone off the face-off, and rimmed around the boards. Montour with the keep. He just throws it to the net. Shesterkin stops that. And around the boards, Trocheck lets it go back into the Florida zone. A foot race that Brandon Montour wins to keep the puck out of the Florida zone. Here's Reinhart, possible 2-on-1 as he comes across the line. Barkov takes the shot, and Shesterkin with another big save. Let's go down to Billy Jaffe.
Johnny, you're talking about looking for a catalyst, or Hazy was. I mean, how about Adam Fox? I'm watching him the last couple of shifts. He's never been the fleetest of foot, but it just kind of, he doesn't have that same elusiveness that we're so used to seeing. He's the kind of guy that makes the New York Rangers different because he's so special on the back end. He hasn't looked the same to me, actually, the last couple of games in the playoffs.
And with only one power play, too, Billy, I mean, that takes a lot of Fox's expertise out of the game.
Yeah, it takes his impact away. A 2-time Norris finalist and a winner 3 years ago of the Norris Trophy. Icing call against Florida here. You think about the things Adam Fox has been able to accomplish in the first 5 years of his career. I mean, he was the first Ranger defenseman to reach 50 assists since Brian Leetch back in 01. He's done it 3 times now, including this season, when he had 56 helpers.
The interesting thing about Fox is he's playing his minutes, but I agree with Billy. He doesn't look 100%, not moving easily.
Oh my. Panarin off the draw gets the glass on a set play off the faceoff. And the Panthers able to clear the zone. Well, we talked about it at the top of the broadcast. We were questioning whether Adam Fox was 100%. Matthew Kachuk on the other side. Kachuk has the game's only goal. Fox in the Florida zone, sends it cross ice, and Lindgren's shot off a stick, deflected behind the net where Kulikov dumped Trocheck. Rangers keep it in, back behind the net for Trocheck. And from out of the corner, he tries to feed the point. And Lafreniere trying to cover the point. Oh, and he just took down Kulikov as he returned the hook. And that's going to be a penalty against the Rangers. Meantime, Trocheck and Ekman-Larsson have to be split up as they were entangled. But this is going to be another Florida power play.
Number 13, penalty, hooking.
Well, this is not a good penalty for Lafreniere to take, and there's no question about this. Kulikov was about to tap the puck past him in the middle of the ice and get into the neutral zone with possession. It's a hooking call.
Panthers on the power play. When we come back, they lead game 1, 1-0, 9:32 left, third period. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on Sports USA.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, Happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
That's the sound of steak searing in its juices on your new pellet grill. You heard that right. The Weber Searwood Pellet Grill can smoke low and slow at 180 degrees all the way to a high heat sear at 600. With the Weber Searwood, you can cook on the direct flame over the full grate sear zone. You'll hear the gasp of amazement from friends and family when you serve the food. Cooking with the Weber Searwood Pellet Grill just sounds delicious and tastes even better.
Back in the Grainger broadcast booth here in Manhattan. Stay on top of your game with Grainger. Get industrial-grade products that you need to help keep your operations running when you call 1-800-GRAINGER or click Grainger.com. Critical moment of the hockey game. 9:32 left, third period of game one. The Panthers lead 1-0. They go to the power play for the third time in this game. Florida 0 for 2 with the extra man as they keep it in. At the right point, Kachuk throws it to the net. Got a redirect from Barkov that sent it wide. And Zibanejad sweeps at the length of the ice. Bobrovsky out to play it. And Matthew Kachuk now circles out of his own zone. Finds room up left wing. He'll carry into the Ranger zone. Cuts to the middle of the ice. Now waits for the mates to join him. Hands it off. And Verhaeghe gets it deep. Off the end glass. Pops free and Reinhart feeds the point. Room for Kachuk. His pass comes back to him off the stick of Zibanejad. Now drifts to the bottom of the left circle. Hands it off to Verhaeghe. Now back to the line. It's Montour. Verhaeghe circles out. Takes a long wrist shot. No traffic. Blocker to side by Shesterkin. And cleared by Jacob Trouba.
Now this power play's out of sync. I mean, when they're taking, wrist shots from beyond the top of the circle, especially when there's no traffic in front, you can see that they are really pressing.
Reinhart will carry it in on right wing. Hard around the boards to the corner, and quickly Verhaeghe to the line for Montour. Gets it back. One-timer. Looking for a tip, and oh, wow. A break for Shesterkin. The puck went straight up in the air and came back down onto the ice surface. Did that go all the way up into the netting and back down onto the ice surface?
It did, yes. That little redirect by Reinhart, he got a touch on it, but everybody was uncertain where it went, but it was over the glass into the protective netting and bounced right back onto the ice. The referees alertly blew the whistle.
Well, I'm not sure. I looked at that replay. It looked like the redirect went off the goal post and out of play. Nonetheless, it remains 1-0. Still on the power play for another 50 seconds are the Panthers. Rangers win the draw, but they clear it into their own bench, and that'll bring the faceoff back into the New York zone. 8:17 left, third period. Florida 1, the Rangers nothing. Shots on goal 24-15 in favor of Florida.
The discussion on the ice was where to drop the puck for this faceoff. It comes outside the blue line.
Change their mind.
Because they're saying Oliver Ekman-Larsson misplayed that puck into the Ranger bench. So it wasn't a deflection off of him. It was a misplay to put the puck over the boards.
Rangers win the draw, clear back into the Florida zone, and Ekman-Larsson restarts. His goal was wiped out midway through this period. Centering pass comes right through the legs of Evan Rodriguez, and Lundell holds the zone for Bennett on the right side. Ekman-Larsson straight away. That one hit the goal post. Popped straight up in the air, and the Rangers able to clear as Keandre Miller found it first.
That was a nice-looking play. A great shot pass from Oliver Ekman-Larsson. He was stationed right in the middle of the ice. He drilled it low, and a little touch on the puck off the post.
Lindgren will clear one last time now. 5 seconds left in the Florida power play. And the Panthers 0 for 3 tonight with the extra man. Luosterainen gains his own, coming late with speed. Stenlund, he got absolutely decked by Trouba. Broke his stick, and Lafreniere races the other way. Drop pass. And Wenberg gets it right. Got to the rebound, and somehow that was deflected away. I think maybe Nick Cousins got in there and got a stick on it because Bobrovsky was down and out. Now Trouba, his shot blocked. This one off the post from the slot by Lafreniere. utter chaos in the Florida zone as the Panthers are finally able to clear.
I think it's Luosterainen who makes just an unbelievable play behind Bobrovsky in the goal crease to bat a puck that was going in over the line.
Reinhart the other way, sends it to the right corner of the Ranger zone. Play is whistled down. I think we got a penalty for too many men on the ice here against the Florida Panthers.
Florida, too many men on the ice. Benchman penalty. 6 guys.
Boy, what a sequence. The Rangers come so close to tying this game up. The Panthers are wondering about this too many men on the ice penalty. Their coaches are going right to the video to review it and saying, what the heck are you talking about?
I don't know if this is reviewable. They're showing on the scoreboard above center ice, and
it's questionable, John. It's close. I mean, that's a tough call, quite honestly, that goes against Florida. It was not one of those obvious 6 players involved in the play. The Panthers didn't have the puck. The Rangers had it all the way back in their own zone.
Well, this is a huge opportunity. Second power play of the night for the Rangers. They trail 1-0. Evan Rodriguez will serve the bench minor for too many men on the ice, and a clean face-off win for New York. Gets away from Fox at the line, so all the way back into the Rangers zone, he has to go to collect it. Rangers start through the logo. Panarin stick handles in and drifts to the left wing half wall. Chips it to the corner. Into the slot. Kreider can't quite handle the pass. Goes behind the back. And Panarin snuck out from the other side and whistled it wide of the net. Zibanejad hard across the zone. It bounces off the boards and Panarin whips it down low. Trocheck joins the play below the goal line. His pass to Panarin on the right side. At the line, it's Fox. 4 right-hand shots on this power play. Zibanejad serves it up. Trocheck in close and lunging to the right. Bobrovsky keeps it out. In behind the net, Panarin loses a puck battle and Barkov whistles it the length of the ice. Under 6 to go in the game. 1:05 left in the bench minor against the Panthers as Zibanejad makes his way to center. Up the right side, Panarin spins it in. Bobrovsky cuts it off behind the net, sends it back up the kick plate on the right side. Luosterainen is there. It's in his skates. He's content to eat the puck right now as precious penalty time is whittled away. Nico Mikkola leans on him as well. Stenlund is over there. 7 players along the boards trying to dig it loose, and finally Zibanejad does. He gets it back to Fox at the line. He and Panarin play catch. One-timer from Fox, kicked out by Bobrovsky, and the rebound quickly swept to the boards by Mikkola. Again, it's a puck battle. It comes to the front of the net. Kulikov can't get to it, and Fox weaves his way to the left corner. Back to the line, Zibanejad serves it over. They spread the ice. One-timer from Zibanejad, blocked by Stenlund. Goes to the corner and in behind the net. Kulikov gets it from Mikkola. Backhands up the boards. Knocked down at the line. Great keep by Zibanejad. Oh, and Fox gets hit high. And the puck is gloved out of the zone by Stenlund, who has no stick as he broke it. And now the Panthers, Kulikov gets it all the way down. Here comes Luosterainen, short-handed, cutting across the high slot. There's a man in front. Reinhart redirected it right on, and it's absorbed by Shesterkin, and then Reinhart is bull rushed into the blue paint.
Boy, Shesterkin got a shot in with the blocker on Reinhart, who'd been knocked over top of him. So for the first time, things getting a little spicy in this series as well.
And the penalty has expired. The Rangers now 0 for 2 on the power play, and more importantly, they trail game 1 with 4:42 left at the Garden. It's the Panthers 1, New York 0. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA. Back after these local messages.
Hello, I'm James Corden, and I'm so thrilled for you to hear my show, This Life of Mine. Join me every week for incredible conversations from the biggest stars.
I'm Kim Kardashian.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Renner.
I'm Sienna Miller.
I'm Martin Scorsese.
I'm Julianne Moore.
I'm Tom Ford.
I'm Kris Jenner.
I'm Odell Beckham Jr.
Welcome.
Welcome to
This Life of Mine.
With me, James Corden. You can listen on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on Stars Channel 109, or listen on the SiriusXM app.
Explore the powerful AAPI voices.
Bleed me dry like a
Damn vampire. Uplifting every corner of the culture. On their own SiriusXM channel. AAPI Now.
It's a beautiful way to recognize Asians for all that we are.
AAPI Now. Throughout Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month on Channel 107 and in the new SiriusXM app.
In the 90s, prom was the bomb. And Prom Radio is back on SiriusXM with all the 90s party anthems, line dances, and cringeworthy slow songs.
You're like a dream come true, and I don't want to miss a thing.
Prom Radio, now for a limited time on Channel 105 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
5 minutes remains in game one here in New York. The Rangers trailing the Florida Panthers 1-0. And the Garden trying to muster up a little bit of energy for the Blue Shirts as they just came up empty on their second power play opportunity of the game.
But boy, the chances they had, Johnny. I mean, they hit a pipe. They had a puck in behind the goaltender that was swept out, knocked out of midair by a glove. One of the Panther forwards that was behind Bobrovsky.
Now they go to work in the Ranger zone as Barkov wins the draw. The clock becoming an ally for Florida with each tick. Barkov churns in the left corner, trying to keep the cycle alive as Tarasenko. And up the boards, Roslovic fires it off the linesman to center, and that enables the Panthers to whip it right back in. Forsling and Ekblad, the defense pair right now for the Panthers as the Rangers break it out to center. Roslovic got it in, but it's chipped right back to center by Ekblad. Keandre Miller waits for the mates to get onside and swings it around the boards. Left corner, Forsling moves it along. Panthers pop it to the middle, and it's gloved down at the line by Miller. Forsling again trying to chop it out of the zone. And it's knocked away from Roslovic, and back the other way, Verhaeghe chips it to himself as he went around the defender. Shesterkin came 20 feet out of his net to play it. Off the boards, it came right back to Verhaeghe. An own goal! He tried to center, and it went off the stick of Lafreniere and through the legs of Shesterkin.
Oh, my goodness.
Verhaeghe was trying to pass.
What a just terrible break for the Rangers. Verhaeghe was trying to slip that puck. He was on the left wing, down low near the bottom of the circles. He was trying to slip it across to Kachuk, who was, halfway across the ice surface. And Lafreniere on the back check cuts off the pass, inadvertently taps it right through the 5-hole on Igor Shesterkin, and this building has gone silent.
7th of the playoffs. Verhaeghe will be credited with a goal. I believe it might be unassisted because Shesterkin came way out of the net to play the puck, but he just threw it to the boards. And the only player there to play it was Carter Verhaeghe. Off the ensuing draw, the Panthers are called for icing. 16-12, time of the goal. Carter Verhaeghe has a goal and an assist in this game now. And just 3:39 stands between the Panthers and a 1-0 lead in this best-of-7 series.
And what's even more disheartening about that is that the Rangers came so close to tying this game at 1 apiece just minutes earlier.
Face off to the right of Bobrovsky, won by the Rangers, and Gustafson's bid is off a Florida sticking out of play. 3:33 left, plenty of time, but the Rangers still looking for their first goal, suddenly down by 2 now. And it looks like Igor Shesterkin is going to go to the New York bench here with an offensive zone face-off coming and 3:33 remaining.
Well, Sasha Barkov, who has been the best face-off centerman in this game, back over the boards to take this draw for the Panthers. Well, it's not going to be Barkov. It's actually going to be Reinhart, who's on his strong side. The right-handed shooting Reinhart settles in against Zibanejad.
To the right of Bobrovsky, and Zibanejad slaps it to the boards. Rangers control. Fox across the top. 6 skaters for the Blue Shirts. And a shot from the right point is blocked yet again by the Panthers as Luosterainen got in the way. And it goes over the glass and out of play. So an empty net for the Rangers and 6 skaters. They need some instant offense. Down 2-0 with 3:28 remaining here at the Garden.
Face off on the opposite side, so now it is Barkov on his strong side.
Zibanejad stays in for the Rangers. Trocheck is out there along with Kreider. Lafreniere, Panarin, and Fox. Fox off the one face-off, fires it off the stick of Lafreniere down low. Trocheck sweeps it back left point. It's shoveled to the corner. And right back to the line, Zibanejad across the top as the umbrella. Fox, one-timer from the line, and that goes wide off the glass. Up the boards, it's jammed out by Reinhart. And a quick regroup for the Rangers as Fox moves it across. Panarin gets it in from behind the net. Panthers sail it to the line, glove down by Fox, poked in between the circles. Mikkola got a piece of it. Panarin couldn't corral it. Now he has to go to the corner after it. Artemi Panarin slashing away at the puck. It comes all the way out and ripped right on by Zibanejad. Huge point-blank save by Bobrovsky. They quickly get it back to the net, to the left side of the net, and the Florida goaltender able to cover up.
Yeah, big stop from Bobrovsky. That puck went off a leg, ended up bouncing right back to Zibanejad, who was about 10 feet inside the left point, and he hammers the one-timer. It's a rolling puck. Bobrovsky gets the left leg pad. The rebound sat there, boy, just kind of tantalizingly for the Rangers, but no one was able to get a stick on it. Eventually, by the time they were able to corral it, it gave Bobrovsky enough time to get back into position.
Timeout called by Peter Laviolette here. I think as he was scrambling to get back in position, Bobrovsky made a second save as the shot came off the right boards, and it looked like he took it off the shoulder. Shots have evened up here in the third period. Now just a 25-22 advantage for the Panthers. Let's go down to Billy Jaffe.
Hey, guys, just watching Bobrovsky like I did the last series and this one, he is so aggressive, Hazy, coming off that goal line. He challenges so well. He's a bigger guy than sometimes he looks, because it feels like he almost kind of shrinks a bit when he attacks, but he's got that cat-like quickness. We saw that left leg come out on that last shot that he made, save on Zibanejad, and then his reflexes gets him back to his left. But Hazy, is there a guy who comes off his goal line more aggressively than this guy?
You know, both of these goaltenders, I think, get real good reads on the play. Shesterkin is another guy that comes off pretty aggressively as well. But you're right, Bobrovsky, at age 35, he has still got that quickness in those legs to get into position quickly.
And to Billy's point, he's listed as 6'2". He doesn't really look it back there in the goal crease. Now the puck to center ice as the Panthers able to force the Rangers back. Still an empty net for the Blue Shirts. They trail 2-0, 2:20 to go in the game. Panarin restarts from out of his own zone, and an errant pass up the left boards is collected by Kreider, who gets it in. Bobrovsky cuts it off behind the net and moves for Kulikov. Off the glass, Kulikov will clear back into the Rangers zone, not far enough for icing, as Adam Fox back to pick it up. Rangers to center, and it's sand wedged in by Fox. Gloved down by Verhaeghe, who just throws it cross ice again. It will not go far enough for icing. And a foot race that Bennett wins as he beat Fox to the puck back in the New York zone. Fox is dead tired out there right now. They turn it over, and Fox makes a stick save on Kachuk as he quickly just whipped it back towards the net. Now the Panthers just keeping the puck in the Rangers zone as precious time is being whittled away. 1:35 left in game one. 2-0 Florida. Panarin cuts against the grain, throws it up the middle off a skate. Picked up by Lafreniere. Zibanejad gets it deep. And around the boards it comes. Looking around is Kachuk on the backhand. Chips it up the wall. Bennett cuts to the middle of the ice. Shoots at the empty net, and he scores. And that'll send the rest of them to the exits at the Garden as Florida now leads game one 3-0 with just 1:19 remaining.
What a great road game for the Panthers. You know, earlier tonight we heard from their players that they've been impressed with how well they've handled the push of their opponents, especially when they've been on the road. And that, to me, is the story of this game as well. The Rangers did make a push in the third period. They did get more shots, more looks at Sergei Bobrovsky in period number 3. But Bobrovsky was good. He weathered the storm. And then this is a team that has got so much depth in their lineup. They just don't give you a lot. When you get your chances, boy, you better take advantage because you're not going to get a ton of them.
Shesterkin back in net as Florida ices off the faceoff. Just over a minute remaining in the regular season. Sergei Bobrovsky led the National Hockey League with 6 shutouts. This is his 82nd Stanley Cup playoff game. He has only 1 career shutout in the postseason prior to tonight.
When you think about this game, he had to make 4 what I would call grade A stops. And that's it. that's a great defensive effort by the Panthers.
Miller's shot off the face-off block by Lomberg comes back to him. He's able to keep it in the zone. Miller throws one towards the net. That's deflected into the netting as we've now entered the final minute of play. 3-0 Florida. And keep in mind they had a goal taken off the scoreboard midway through this third period as well. The goals from Kachuk, Verhaeghe, and Bennett. The big boys producing for Florida tonight.
Yeah, and that's the other subplot to game number one, right? They get production from the people they need it from. And at the opposite end, the Rangers had a quiet night from some of their superstars.
Wenberg beaten on the draw by Stenlund, and the Panthers content to just lift it to center. And Nick Cousins steers it the rest of the way in. Lomberg gets one more bump on Keandre Miller, the puck loose below the goal line. And Lomberg bounces off a couple different Rangers as it's kept at the point by Kulikov. His wrist shot goes wide to the left of the New York net. Stenlund collects it in the corner and then runs into the referee as he tries to come back up the boards with it. Cousins kept it in, and now we're inside half a minute to go. Steve Kazari trying to get out of the way over there. He wasn't having a lot of success. Finally, Wenberg skates to the blue line and just out center ice. Stenlund with it again, brings it back for Florida, gets it on net, and a left pad save for Shesterkin as we enter the final 10 seconds. Stretch pass for Hedl, but he's met at the blue line by Mikkola, who finishes him one last hit, and the Panthers skate the game away. A shutout win in game one for Florida. The final score, the Panthers 3 and the Rangers nothing.
Well, the physicality of the Florida Panthers was on full display in this game, and it was a factor early in the opening period where the Ranger defense had a lot of trouble handling the puck, making clean breakouts. They did get a little better as the game went on, and they did push back in the third, but there's no question who was the better team in this game tonight. The Panthers, they made all the right moves in this one. They got the goaltending that they needed, and Barkov and his line once again absolutely outstanding. Tarasenko and Reinhart, I thought they were terrific.
Panthers won 2 of 3 meetings in the regular season against the Rangers, and they've won game 1 here tonight in the Eastern Conference Final. For the first time in this postseason, New York finds themselves trailing in a series. The final score in game 1 from the Garden, the Florida Panthers 3 and the New York Rangers nothing. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get the official NHL app to watch, read, and listen to all the deeks.
All I can say is absolutely wow.
All the sauce. All the saves.
Stop from Vasilevsky.
All the hits. All the snipes. All the sellies.
He scores! Unbelievable!
All the hockey. If it's hockey, it's here. Listen to every NHL game for free, now with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download the official NHL app now.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a bachelor's degree. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Plus, get your application fee waived through May 31st. Flexible online and hybrid classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
Hey Insiders, TSI Mike here. Thanks for joining us
for this Game 1 of the New York Rangers and the Florida Panthers Eastern Conference Finals. Appreciate you all being here. It really means a lot to me to see this chat going crazy every single time we go live here on Toronto Sports Insider. So thank you for that. Please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button as well if you are new here. And if you've already done so, and with that 21,000 there, which, my God, we've been going down the last day and a half here with the Blue Jays games after all the success we've had through these hockey games. So hit that subscribe button, turn on that little bell, and join us every single time we go live. Come hang out with the Bees. We'll talk to you guys later. See you in the chat.
On the night, he played 22 minutes and 32 seconds, and he was on the ice virtually every shift for the Kreiders, Zibanejad, Roslovic line of the Rangers. Combined, they had just 4 shots on goal in this game. 2 of those came while the Rangers were on the power play. So just an outstanding shutdown effort tonight from that defenseman. I thought he was absolutely terrific, and his defense partner Aaron Ekblad played really well as well in this game. You're right. There were a lot of guys that could have been named defender of the game tonight. For me, it's Gustav Forsling.
And we talked early in the game. You talked specifically about a couple of players on both teams. It's been a little bit of a coming out party in these playoffs. I don't think anyone in the hockey world can be unaware of Gustav Forsling after the way he's played so far in these playoffs for Paul Maurice and the Panthers.
And the numbers don't lie. He plays a lot. He plays against the opposition's top offensive players. And that's the story. Any time that he's a plus in the game, when he's playing against the opposition's best, you expect that his team's going to get the good result.
He was plus tonight, you said?
+2.
+2. So he's now +10 in these playoffs. This is a guy who led the league in the regular season. And that's the thing. If teams can be themselves and rely on the players they've relied on to do what they've done all season this time of year, I think it's a lot easier in the postseason. And you look at the goal scorers tonight for Florida. It's Kachuk. He ends up with a goal and an assist. Verhaeghe and Sam Bennett. Those are the guys who produced all season long for Florida.
So they don't get a goal from their top line, the Barkov line, whose primary job tonight was to neutralize Zibanejad. And they did a wonderful job. But again, the strength of this Panther team is their depth. You got Sam Bennett, who gets a goal. It's an empty netter, but he's playing on the third line, right?
Yep.
And then you've got Verhaeghe and Kachuk scoring. That's the second line of the Panthers. So they get all the offense they need when they're throwing a defensive blanket over their opposition like they did tonight in New York.
Final thought for me, Brian. I spoke with Anthony Stolars at the end of the morning skate as he came off the ice today, and I remarked how long Sergei Bobrovsky stayed on the ice. And he said he just loves shots. He does that every time. He was taking breakaways in a morning skate after a lot of his teammates had already left the ice. And in the words of Stolars, he says he does that every game. He said he'll probably do leg work off the ice on a game day after the morning skate as well. He says he loves shots. He loves the work. Is that surprising to you from a 35-year-old goaltender? I know it's always been the MO of Sergei Bobrovsky, but as a former netminder in this league, you see a 35-year-old, and he still sticks to that same pregame game plan.
Well, that discipline is the reason why he can play at the level that he's at age 35. When I think about Sergei Bobrovsky, the knock on him is that his save percentage isn't amongst the league leaders.
Right.
But when you think about the way the Panthers play, and we saw it in tonight's game, he had to stop a couple of breakaways in this game. So they don't give up the volume of shots that other teams do, but they do give up good scoring chances.
Quality.
Yeah, they gave up some quality chances tonight. As I mentioned in tonight's broadcast, he had to make 4, maybe 5 grade A stops in order to win in this hockey game tonight. Any NHL goaltender would take that in a heartbeat. So, yes, his players are playing incredibly well in front of him, but he still has to get the job done when called upon to face those few grade A opportunities he's going to face. And tonight, he was really good.
These two teams will meet again on Friday here at Madison Square Garden. It'll be game 2 of this series. We'll have it all for you here on Sports USA, as we will have every game from here on through the end of the Stanley Cup Final for you. We thank those who did all the heavy lifting in getting tonight's broadcast on the air. Our executive producer, as always, Mr. Larry Kahn. Our producer-engineer here at the Garden in New York tonight was Brian Neal. And back in Los Angeles at our Sports USA studios, our thanks to our engineers there, Andrew Hewitt and Ryan Bankston. As we mentioned, every game from here on out in the Stanley Cup playoffs playoffs can be heard here on Sports USA. That includes tomorrow night, Game 1 of the Western Conference Final from Dallas and American Airlines Center, where the Dallas Stars will meet the Edmonton Oilers in Game 1 of the Western Final. It begins at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. Check your local listings for that one. Now for Brian Hayward, Billy Jaffe, and the rest of our entire Sports USA crew, including our statistician tonight, whom I tried to omit. That's Brandon Kahn. This is John Aller saying thanks for joining us from New York, where once again the final score in Game 1, the Florida Panthers 3 and the New York Rangers nothing. The Panthers take a 1-0 lead in the best-of-7 series. Rob Brender is coming up next with the postgame show. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Because you want to hear bacon and eggs on your outdoor griddle, not the scraping of rust. Introducing the Weber Slate Rust-Resistant Griddle. Stays ready, not rusty, with a carbon steel cooktop, pre-seasoned and ready to cook on right out of the box. The Weber Slate heats evenly edge to edge up to 500 degrees. All you'll hear is the gasp of amazement from friends and family when you serve the food. Cooking with the Weber Slate Rust-Resistant Griddle just sounds delicious and tastes even better.
Memorial Day deals are here at Lowe's. Right now, save big on Scott's Naturescapes mulch. Get 5 bags for just $10. And there's more. Get up to 40% off. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. These deals are selling fast, so start shopping now. Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 5/29. Mulch excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase. See Lowe's.com for details. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, Happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
Seguin lost it to Scheifele. Scheifele with 2-on-1. Scheifele scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Rob Brender at the Sports USA studios. This broadcast is presented by Authority of Sports USA and the National Hockey League and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Sports USA and the NHL. Again, your final score tonight from Madison Square Garden. It was the Florida Panthers 3 and the New York Rangers nothing. Florida steals home ice advantage right away in the Eastern Conference Final. They lead the series 1-0. Let's take a listen back to the highlights from tonight's Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. Florida picked up the only goal in the first period.
Now Forsling leads the rush the other way, and Kachuk scores from the top of the left circle. Matthew Kachuk, the first goal of the game, goes to the Panthers.
This is a shocking goal, John. This is a save that Shesterkin should make.
Always big on the road to get that first goal, and Matthew Kachuk did so for the Panthers, his 5th of the postseason. At 16:25 of the first, Gustav Forsling and Carter Verhaeghe picked up the assist. That was just the start of the big night for Kachuk and for Carter Verhaeghe. It would remain 1-0 all the way into the third period when the Rangers came oh so close to tying it.
Lafreniere races the other way. Drop pass. And Wenberg gets it right. Got to the rebound, and somehow that was deflected away. Bobrovsky was down and out. Now Trouba, his shot blocked. This one off the post from the slot by Lafreniere. Utter chaos in the Florida zone as the Panthers are finally able to clear.
What a flurry from the New York Rangers trying their best to tie it. That came at about 12:50 or so into the third period. Sergei Bobrovsky was great all night long, faced 23 shots, stopped every single one of them. He got some help there from the post and also from his defenders who were flopping around all over in front of the net trying to make sure they kept that puck out, and they absolutely did. So it was still 1-0 Florida, and a few minutes later, Carter Verhaeghe took advantage of a big mistake by Alexei Lafreniere.
Verhaeghe chips it to himself as he went around the defender. Shesterkin came 20 feet out of his net to play it. Off the boards, it came right back to Verhaeghe. An own goal! He tried to center and it went off the stick of Lafreniere and through the legs of Shesterkin.
It most certainly was an own goal off the stick of Lafreniere. Absolutely nothing Shesterkin could do. He's trying to get back into position. He's not expecting his defender to deflect the puck right between his legs and into the net, but that's exactly what happened. It goes down as goal number 7 of the postseason for Carter Verhaeghe at 16:10. His 22nd career playoff goal, officially unassisted, though I'm sure Florida Panthers fans are saying we'll give an assist to Alexei Lafreniere on that one. Just a couple of minutes later, Florida officially put this one in the books.
And around the boards it comes. Looking around is Kachuk on the backhand, chips it up the wall. Bennett cuts to the middle of the ice, shoots at the empty net, and he scores. And that'll send the rest of them to the exits at the Garden as Florida now leads game 1 3-0 with just 1:19 remaining.
Sam Bennett, number 3 of the postseason at 18:39. The assist went to Matthew Kachuk, 21st career playoff goal for Sam Bennett, and that did put this one away. 3-0 the final. Matthew Kachuk had a goal and an assist. Carter Verhaeghe had a goal and an assist. They are clutch postseason players. Matthew Kachuk now has a goal in 5 consecutive Eastern Conference final games going back to last season. He's a guy you want on your team come postseason time, and he's stepping up in a big way again this postseason and in this series already for the Florida Panthers as they take the 3-0 win. As I mentioned, Sergei Bobrovsky faced 23 shots for this stopped every single one of them for the shutout. His second career playoff shutout. The other one, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 3 last year against the Carolina Hurricanes, a game that was won, of course, by Florida, and they went on to win that series in a sweep. Sergei Bobrovsky trying to carry the Florida Panthers back to the Stanley Cup final this year. They took another step closer today. As far as Igor Shesterkin goes, he was really good in this one. Faced 26 shots, allowed just 2 goals. But as we mentioned a few moments ago, the goal off the stick of Lafreniere, clearly not his fault. So he was solid all night, kept his team in this one, but they just could not get the puck behind Sergei Bobrovsky. And when they did, as I mentioned earlier, the defenders were in the way. Anybody that could get in the way of stopping those pucks from going in was there to do so for the Florida Panthers. So Florida takes the 3-0 win. When we come back, we'll take a look at game 2 of that series, preview it for you. We're also expecting to hear a post-game interview in a little while from our Billy Jaffe. We'll get that to you when we can. And we're also going to go over game 1 of the Western Conference Final just a few minutes from now. You are listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a Samsung Galaxy A14 included with the activation of a Silver Unlimited plan. So you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah!
Switch to Straight Talk. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Requires in-store activation. Device offer ends 6/9/24. Taxes and fees apply.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things. Like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Or going to the grocery store for milk instead of buying your own cow. You know there's an easier and better way. Save up to 25% when you bundle home and auto with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now during our Memorial Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed plus free home delivery when you add any base. Ends Memorial Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Rob Brenner back at the Sports USA studios. Again, your final score tonight from Madison Square Garden. It was the Panthers 3 and the Rangers 0. Florida leads the Eastern Conference Final 1-0 as they steal the home ice advantage. Game 2 of this series comes up at Friday at MSG again on Friday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Pre-game show for us here at Sports USA. And again, you can hear this game on many of your Sports USA stations. Check your local listings for that. SiriusXM NHL Network Radio also covering the broadcast for us, 8 p.m. Eastern with the puck drop. And again, it'll be our John Ollers and Brian Hayward with the play-by-play for you. That is game 2 of this series coming up on Friday at Madison Square Garden. Florida's 5-1 on the road so far in this postseason. 5-1. That is awfully good stuff when you're playing away from Sunrise. The Panthers not afraid to go on the road. They were road warriors all season long. They tied for the most road wins in the entire league during the regular campaign, and that has continued into the postseason. And if you want to go back to the last series, they have now won 4 games in a row on the road. They took all 3 at TD Garden in round 2 against the Boston Bruins, and now the first game of the Eastern Conference Final at Madison Square Garden against the New York Rangers. 2 very difficult environments to play. The Panthers found a way. Shots on goal in tonight's game favored Florida 27-23. A lot of the barrage of shots for both teams came in the third period, and especially late in the third period. Wasn't a lot of activity for the goaltenders early, but they made quality saves along the way, even though they weren't being overly worked. Hits tonight, not an overwhelming amount for either team yet. I guess the series is going to take a little while to heat up. 29 hits for Florida, 28 for the New York Rangers. The face-off circle was just about even, so no distinct advantage there. Nobody scored on the power play tonight. Florida was 0 for 3, and the New York Rangers were 0 for 2. There were no shorthanded goals, and the Rangers' big advantage through the first couple of rounds of the postseason was their specialty teams being able to score on the power play and also shorthanded. They could do neither tonight against the Florida Panthers, who really clenched down on them defensively. Lots and lots of block shots in this one, 19 for Florida and 18 for the New York Rangers. The big difference, of course, Sergei Bobrovsky with the shutout tonight, second career playoff shutout for him. Again, recapping the goals, Matthew Kachuk in the first period at 16:25 from Forsling and Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe then in the third period at 16:10, his 7th of the postseason, unassisted off the stick of Alexei Lafreniere. An own goal for the New York Rangers, unfortunately for them, and good news, of course, for the Panthers. And then Sam Bennett put it away. Empty netter, third of the postseason at 18:39 from Matthew Kachuk, his 21st career playoff goal. When we come back, we will preview tomorrow's Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Final on Sports USA.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
Add an empty netter, a 3-0 final, the second career playoff shutout for Sergei Bobrovsky, the guy who was tied for the NHL lead in shutouts during the regular season with 6, gets his first shutout of the playoffs, and Mikey, for the 6th straight game, the Florida Panthers surrender 2 goals or less.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Sergei Bobrovsky. He played great tonight, and I want to point out that the Florida Panthers did tweet out a Google search, a brick wall, and then it's like autocorrects to, did you mean Sergei Bobrovsky? So it's pretty funny to look at it like that, but they've been playing such excellent hockey, and I already said it earlier, but they just clog up the neutral zone perfectly. Like they do. And then when teams are fortunate enough to get into the zone, it's just constant forechecking. You have no time to breathe. Teams don't know what to do. And then you just shoot pucks on net from the blue line. And then you got Sergei Bobrovsky sitting there making easy saves, or they're floating 20 feet wide. So the Panthers executed their game plan perfectly tonight and played their style of hockey. And I've been really impressed by them so far this playoffs.
Yeah, I thought they pushed the Rangers around. It'd be interesting to see what lineup adjustments, if any, will the Rangers make. Does Matt Rempe find himself in the lineup for game number 2? Does Blake Wheeler find himself in the lineup for game number 2? We'll try to gather some post-game reaction for you before the show comes to an end. We're going to take our first timeout, and when we come back after the break, lots of coaching news to get to. We'll get to all that when we come back. You're listening to Ice Cap here on NHL Network Radio and the Sirius XM app.
3 seconds to go.
The conference finals are set.
The Rangers win. And Edmonton has won Game 7.
The teams battle it out for their shot at the ultimate prize.
And the Florida Panthers are heading to the Eastern Conference Final.
Duchesne, he scores! And he has sent the Stars to the conference final.
The conference finals.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Hello, I'm James Corden, and I'm so thrilled for you to hear my show, This Life of Mine. Join me every week for incredible conversations from the biggest stars.
I'm Kim Kardashian.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Renner.
I'm Sienna Miller.
I'm Martin Scorsese.
I'm Julianne Moore.
I'm Tom Ford.
I'm Kris Jenner.
I'm Odell Beckham Jr.
Welcome.
Welcome to
This Life of Mine.
With me, James Corden. You can listen on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on Stars Channel 109, or listen on the SiriusXM app.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage. The world's fastest game.
Grab the puck for the Blues.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Shoots, score!
Sirius XM 91.
Domi behind the net, steps to the corner, fires one in front, bounces off. A skate comes to Matthews, gives it to Domi. Cross ice to Benoit. Looks around at the hash marks. Finds Matthews. It goes off his stick. Domi keeps it alive, and now it's taken away by Lazar. Up ahead it goes. Shaq Hughes scores!
Oh, I told you, Max Domi slapping the stick. He just didn't have a good night.
Welcome back to Ice Cap here at NHL Network Radio and the Sirius XM app. Yes, the New Jersey Devils goal. No, they did not play tonight. No, they're not in the playoffs, but they will have a new man directing traffic behind the bench, and that is Sheldon Keefe, the former Leafs bench boss, named the new head coach of the New Jersey Devils. And Mikey, he is in a very good spot. That is a talent-laden team. Yes, they still need to find themselves a legit number one goalie. They'll be, they can get by with a period of time for Jake Allen. Solid backup there. They do need to add another defenseman, as long as Dougie, and maybe two, depending on the health of Dougie Hamilton. But man, he's got a lot of skill to work with still on that team.
Yeah, I mean, Sheldon Keefe goes from one skilled team to another, and for a whole head coach opening spot, this is as good as it gets for a coach coming in. Like, you got a very skilled roster. You got a lot of young players, so it's not like they're on expiring deals or they're at the tail end of their career. So Sheldon Keefe is in a good spot in New Jersey. I'm going to be curious to see what he's able to do with this team because, I mean, him with the Leafs in the regular season had a lot of success, and I'm going to see what they do in the playoffs because everyone knows what happens with the Leafs and him in the playoffs. They've been struggling, so it'll be interesting to see how Keefe coaches this team this year.
Well, look, ultimately, the downfall for New Jersey last year was that Tom Fitzgerald did not replace the 2D that they lost in the offseason, and he didn't get this team a goalie. And so until those problems are solved, I don't care who's coaching, but I do like the fact that Sheldon Keefe is getting this opportunity in New Jersey. I think they got a winner. In Los Angeles, Jim Hiller, who took over from Todd McClellan mid-season this past season, was named the head coach for the upcoming season. There'll be a media press conference tomorrow. Not sure the terms of the deal yet. He's got a GM in Rob Blake, though, that only has 1 year left on his deal. So it'll be interesting to hear what happens there. And other news, coaching-wise, Rick Tocchet named Coach of the Year on Wednesday. What a season it was for the Canucks. Eliminated in Game 7 against Edmonton. But, man, what Tocchet did, taking this team from 6th to 1st, they were, minus 22 goal differential the year before. They were plus 56 this past season. The overwhelming choice for Coach of the Year. Tocchet finishing with 82 first-place votes, 483 points overall. Andrew Burnett was second at 145 points. Rick Bowness third. Interestingly enough, by the way, Chris Knobloch finished 5th. Laviolette finished 4th. But John Tortorella, who was thought to be at least one of the finalists for a good period of time this year, was 12th in the voting, got just 2 second-place votes and 1 third-place vote. So congratulations to Rick Tocchet. Phenomenal season. But, Mikey, I'll tell you, you look at that Vancouver roster, and it's going to look very different next year. We've talked about the Carolina Hurricanes situation. 11 free agents for Carolina, 8 UFAs, 3 RFAs, 4 of those UFAs on the blue line. But that list of UFAs for Vancouver is a pretty good list as well. Elias Lindholm, Teddy Bluger, Sam Lafferty, Dakota Joshua, Tyler Myers, Nikita Zadorov, Ian Cole, Casey DeSmith, and Philip Hronik, an RFA. So a lot of work ahead in the offseason for Jim Rutherford and Patrick Alvin. No question about it. They're not going to be able to keep all. I do wonder. I think Zadorov finds himself a new home. I know they would love to keep Dakota Joshua, but he may have priced himself out of Vancouver. I think they keep Lindholm. And then the Hronik contract, it's going to be interesting as well, because if that number starts with something higher than a 6, I don't think he stays.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious. You brought him up. Dakota Joshua is one guy I'm curious about, because he started the season in training camp on the 5th line. Not even a line that exists, right? He was fighting for a spot in the roster. And like you said, he might have priced himself out of Vancouver. He had an excellent playoff run. He scored a lot of timely goals. And he had a good regular season too. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with him. Nikita Zadorov was a superstar in Vancouver, though. He was lights out from every game I watched of him. He was probably one of their best defensemen, and one of their best players in total. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they're gonna be able to retain him. I don't think they will be as well, because once again, I think he priced himself out. So it's going to be an interesting offseason with the Canucks, but the one thing Rick Tocchet has brought to his team is an identity. They play a good identity of hockey now, and they kind of brought style back to Vancouver. So even if they have to replace a few players, they're going to be key players, but I'm sure that whoever comes into Vancouver to replace those guys are going to buy into the system, because Tocchet seems to have a lot of respect in that dressing room.
I think Tocchet brought accountability, and I think he brought structure. And I think JT Miller is the pulse of that team. Quinn Hughes may be the captain. JT Miller. JT Miller is the pulse of the Vancouver Canucks. Did I say JT Hughes?
I don't think so. I think you were good the whole time.
Okay, good. All right, well.
I have a quick question for you, Jonathan. Yeah. Just to bring it back, we talked about the New Jersey Devils. Yep. Do you think Jake Allen is good enough to be a starter for that team moving forward?
Not at all.
Okay. No, I'm curious, because I've seen a lot of arguments on social media that a lot of Devils fans think that he could be a good 1A, 1B. They go for something cheaper in free agency. But
yeah, if you want to be a cup contender, if you want to be, he is not going to be a cup contender goalie. I'm sorry, not a chance.
No, I agree with you 100%. I think
he'll be. Go ahead. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No. You're okay. I just think they need a star-studded goalie. Like, you need to complement that roster that's in front of the goalie right there. And no offense to Jake Allen, but he's just not going to win you a cup when that team's playing bad in front of you.
Man, he's going to be one hell of a broadcaster.
Oh yeah, he's amazing.
He was good on Hockey Night in Canada.
I was impressed by him. I wasn't expecting that, but a lot of former players are coming out, and they're kind of stealing the show on there. So credit to them.
Yeah. All right. Hey, do we have that sound from Carter Verhaeghe?
Yes, we do.
All right, let's play some. Here's post-game reaction from Carter Verhaeghe as he joined Sean McKenzie from Sportsnet following the Panthers' 3-0 victory over the Rangers in Game 1.
Carter, I want to go back to the first period. This building is rocking. Matthew Kachuk steps up and lays a huge hit on Vincent Trocheck. How much did that feel like a real defining moment of this game?
Yeah, I mean, Chucky's been huge all playoffs. He knows how to catch guys in open ice, and it definitely gave us a lot of momentum, and then he scored a big goal right after that. And I mean, we like playing with the lead, so it was nice to play with the lead all night, and he's obviously a huge player and a big part of our team, and it gave us a lot of momentum.
That's Carter Verhaeghe with Sean McKenzie from Sportsnet. All right, so let's get to we've got Game 1 in the Western Conference Final. Starts on Thursday, and I want you to hear from Pete DeBoer. Really interesting thoughts from DeBoer today at the media availability. And you look at the Dallas Stars, and they've got 4 guys on this roster that have played over 1,000 games but don't have their name on a Stanley Cup. Mikey, do you know who those 4 guys are? I'm putting you on the spot here, I know.
Joe Pavelski.
Okay.
Oh, this is tough. No, it can't be. I was going to say Matt Duchene, but...
Yes.
That is one. Okay.
Very good. Ding, ding, ding.
Okay. I'm on a roll here. Next up, over 1,000 games, Jamie Benn?
Okay. Good. You're 3 for 4.
I'm on a roll here. And Ryan Suter.
There you go. 4 for 4.
I'm impressed by myself there. I forgot Ryan Suter was on the team for a second, to be honest with you, and it just clicked in my head.
Very, very good job. So DeBoer talked about the fact that, just talked about a couple things. One, we're going to hear from DeBoer talking about the youngsters, the younger players on this team rallying around the vets, and just the sacrifice that the vets have made along the way this season, including Captain Jamie Benn. Here's Pete DeBoer from Wednesday meeting with the media.
Well, what they meant to the group is everything. I mean, they set the culture for our dressing room. They set the culture for our work ethic. They set the culture for our messaging to the room and to the players. I don't think there's any doubt that our group recognizes that those guys are on the back nine, and there's a lot of great players there that haven't won a cup, and I think our group knows that. But what those guys have done is they put their money where their mouth is. I mean, they've all taken less of a role. They were all prominent players throughout their career. First power play, in Suit's case, 25 minutes a night. In some of the, in Pav's case, every situation. They've all taken less, in order to let some of these young guys emerge and play bigger roles. And, that's been the key to our depth and our success. I think you have to be at the point in your career where it's the number one priority on your list is winning a Stanley Cup. And I think, we've got a group of veterans that are at that point in their career. It's not about personal accolades or about money or about other things. So you have to get to that point first, and we've got a group that is all there. And then and then the other piece of that is I obviously and we as coaches have to make sure that we still recognize how important those guys are situationally every night, by putting them still in important spots, even though they're taking a little bit less. Coach, it's easy to get to know a guy like that. He's an open book. There's no agenda there other than wanting to win. And that was my first conversation with him. I was coming in, sitting down a guy, who has won the scoring title, won an Olympic medal, and asking him to play on a third line with a 19-year-old rookie centerman and take 3 or 4 less minutes a night. And he didn't blink an eye. It was, if this helps us win, I'm all in. And so, you'd love 20 of those guys.
And that last part, in case it wasn't clear, that was Pete DeBoer referencing a conversation he had with Captain Jamie Benn. Mikey, it grabbed me. I mean, it told me what, these are guys, as Pete DeBoer said, they're all about winning, and they don't care. It's not about putting up personal statistics. It's about winning a Stanley Cup. I thought that was it was nice to hear. It was very refreshing to hear something like that.
Yeah, no, it was awesome to hear. It's not easy. Jamie Benn has gained a lot of respect in this league over his career, and to be put on the third line, a lot of players in the league, I am saying they probably would have said no. Like I'm the leader of this team.
Yep.
Not no, but they wouldn't have been happy with it.
It's no. Because I will tell you, I want to hear your thoughts, and I'm going to share something that here in Los Angeles to relate it to. So go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no. I'm just saying they probably would have said no. I'm the leader of this team. I've gained enough respect in this league, and they would have made it trouble. And then when you cause trouble, it causes little less chemistry in the locker room, and it shows on ice. It's a whole trickle effect. So I'm really impressed by Jamie Benn to accept his role. He knows what he has to do. He's been doing a great job during these playoffs. I've been really impressed by him, especially physically. He's demolishing everything in his way. So it was really nice to hear that about Jamie Benn.
Yeah, no question about it. And what I was going to relate it to was here in Los Angeles, Anze Kopitar was asked about maybe playing less minutes for the upcoming season. And his answer was no, I wouldn't have signed a 2-year deal if that was the case. And so for me, listening to hearing what Jamie Benn said, I know Anze Kopitar's won 2 Stanley Cups, but it just, tomorrow is, as I mentioned, is the press conference to introduce Jim Hiller as the Kings' new head coach after spending last year as the interim coach. And the one thing that I'm going to bring up at the press conference, I'm going to bring up Pete DeBoer's conversation with Jamie Benn. And now that Hiller is not just the interim, but the head coach, will he go to some of his veteran players and talk about maybe playing less with the idea of let's find a way to win a cup, and maybe you can be more effective playing 17 minutes as opposed to 20 minutes?
I think that's a fair question. Sometimes some sacrifices need to be made in order to shuffle the lineup around, and I'm going to be curious to see how Jim Hiller answers tomorrow, because it is a daunting question, and not only for the Kings, not only for the stars that Jamie Bennett happened to, but for a lot of questions around the league. And I'm now curious to see how the more respected veteran guys respond when they get asked to do something like that in the future. And I'll be interested to see what Jim Hiller says tomorrow. I'm going to be watching and looking out for your question now, Jonathan. Thanks for that.
Yeah, so we will have that tomorrow on Thursday here on IceCap. All right, let's take a timeout. When we come back after the break, we're going to talk, we're going to bring you something different tonight. I was given access by the people at NHL Productions and a gentleman by the name of Eric Paulin passed on to me some work that they're doing. The Edmonton Oilers mic'd up in game number 7 against Vancouver. So kind of took, they sent me about 5 minutes of audio and video. We're just going to play the audio portion, but we cut it down to about 2.5 minutes. And I think you're going to enjoy it. And if you're not, well, that's your fault. So when we come back after the break, the Edmonton Oilers mic'd up here on NHL Network Radio. Back in 2 minutes.
In case you missed it in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Forsling shot, and he scores! Gus Forsling picks up the rebound, and the Panthers take a 2-1 lead! The final horn sounds, and the Florida Panthers are heading to the Eastern Conference Final for the second straight season. They top the Boston Bruins 2-1 tonight and take the series in 6 games. The Panthers are moving on.
The Stanley Cup playoffs on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91.
Now the Panthers fight to keep it in. Here's Barkov, high slot, looks right, Reinhart, Barkov, a corner shot, he scores!
The battle's getting fierce.
Scores! Clock, Zibanejad towards the net, knocked down, Trocheck, scores!
The whole season comes down to this.
And then, what a save!
The Stanley Cup playoffs continue.
Heiskanen, Robertson pass across, Johnston, he scores!
The action continues until someone hoists the cup.
NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91.
And the Sirius XM app.
I'm Lucinda, H-Generation farmer and founder of Moink. Moo plus oink. Moink delivers American grass-fed and grass-finished beef and lamb, pastured pork and chicken, wild-caught Alaskan salmon, straight to your door. But we're more than a meat company. We're a movement. We give farmers an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. We believe that a great product doesn't need altering, which is why you'll never find nitrates, nitrites, saline solutions, sugar, or any other sorts of funk in our meat. We believe that an animal should be given a life worthy of their sacrifice, which is why we raise them outdoors on pasture, where a pig is free to be a pig. And lastly, we believe that doing the right thing leaves a great taste in your mouth. Join the Moink movement today and get free bacon for a year.
Go to moinkbox.com/SXM for free bacon for a year.
Get to getting while the getting is good.
Spelled moinkbox.com/SXM. That's moinkbox.com/SXM.
I guarantee you'll say, oink, oink, I'm just so happy I got moinked.
Zach will feed him again.
Hockey lives here.
He looks left side. Shot, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Bouchard, one-timer, ripped wide. Rebound, Nugent-Hopkins scores! Ryan Nugent-Hopkins! Power play goal! 3-0! Edmonton in Game 7!
Welcome back to Ice Cap here on NHL Network Radio and the Sirius XM app. Jonathan Davis with you in Los Angeles. Mikey Bedora in Toronto. Yes, the voice there of Jack Michaels on the Edmonton Oilers radio network there with the call. Game number 1 starts Thursday night. And Mikey, I've got some interesting numbers to share with you.
Let's hear it.
Okay, game number 1 has just been an absolute dumpster fire for both these teams in a series. The Edmonton Oilers have lost 7 of their last 8 game number 1s. Their only win was game number 1 against the Los Angeles Kings. 7 consecutive game number 1s have featured at least 7 goals or more.
Jesus. 7 goals or more in 7 straight game 1s?
In 7 straight game 1s.
All right, that's not a good stat if you're the Oilers there. That's not what you want to hear.
The Dallas Stars have lost 6 straight game 1s and 7 of 8 game number 1s. 4 of their last 5 game number 1s, well, 4 consecutive game number 1s have also featured 7 goals. Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, 4 of their last 4 consecutive game number 1s for Dallas have also featured 7 goals or more. 4 of the last 5 game number 1s for Dallas have gone to overtime.
I'm not a betting man.
They have lost all 4 of those games.
Sorry to cut you off. I'm not a betting man, but I think I would take the over on this game. I think that's not a safe call because there's no such thing as a safe call in betting, but I mean it seems highly probable looking at history for these two teams. It's going to be a highly entertaining game 1, like for sure. There's no doubt about that.
The history between the Florida Panthers and New York Rangers kicked me in the proverbial groin tonight because the Florida Panthers and New York Rangers were 18-1-1 to the over. They had 8. So and the only game that one of the 2 games that didn't go over featured 6 goals. That would have cashed on the betting total tonight of 5.5. And the one game that did not feature 6 goals or more was 6 years ago.
Wow.
So yeah,
you got there's no such thing as a safe call in betting.
Well, there's no such thing as a sure thing, but I mean, look. So that's just some interesting numbers there with the Edmonton Oilers and the Dallas Stars. Someone's got to win a game 1, so I still think it's going to be the Dallas Stars. Do you have any early thoughts on game number 1?
Yeah, I think it's going to be the Dallas Stars too. I just think it comes down to goaltending for me, and Stuart
Doesn't
Skinner.
It always?
Yeah, always. But Stuart Skinner, I don't trust him at all, to be honest with you. And I just think the Dallas Stars know they got to take advantage of what's in front of them. And I know the Oilers have been playing at least solid defensive hockey from their defensemen. But it's up to the goaltending, really, to stop the puck from going into the back of the net. And I think the Dallas Stars have too much firepower for Stuart Skinner. So I think the Stars are going to take this series in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to come down to, can Dallas's depth beat Edmonton's skill, which and very similar to what Dallas faced the last round against the Colorado Avalanche. Roope Hintz, does he play in this series at all? He was skating today. Pete DeBoer said he's still considered day to day, but that's a significant loss for Dallas. I still like Dallas in the series. The other thing is that the more people I talk to who are close to the Oilers, I get the sense from them that Connor McDavid is dealing with something. They said, heard Mark Spector with Jeff Merrick yesterday, and he said Connor was not the fastest player on the ice in game, through parts of the series against Vancouver. He had a couple of off games. He thinks he's dealing with some sort of injury. Is it something that will get better over time? Is it something that he just has to deal with? We don't know. But something to definitely monitor for sure, the health of Connor McDavid. But from the goaltending standpoint that you mentioned, Stuart Skinner has to be equal to Jake Ottinger. He can't be one worse in every game.
To put it simple, he needs to be the best, if not.
He doesn't have to be better though. He just can't.
No, he has to be the best player on the Oilers team for them to have a good chance to win a game. That's the way I look at it. I don't think he has to be the best, because I think the way the Oilers have played the last couple of games and the way that they've insulated their goalies, he looked really confident, I thought, in game number 7. He didn't have a lot of tough stops to make, but I loved it. I really liked his body language. He looked like a confident goalie in game 7, I thought. Yeah, he definitely looked more confident. And you talked about how the Oilers have been playing defensively, but let's be real here. The Stars have way more firepower, I think, than the Vancouver Canucks do. And it's like you said, you talked about their depth scoring a little bit more, and I think that's what's going to be the biggest difference between this series and last series. I think just the Stars on every line, they've been producing, and it's been impressive. So I think it's going to be too much.
But they haven't done it in the playoffs, Mikey.
Yeah, and Don, that's a fair point, but you know what they're capable of. I think that's interesting.
Look, this is a team that had eight 20-goal scorers during the regular season.
Yep.
Their leading scorer is Miro Heiskanen, and he is He's 12th, I think, in the league in playoff scoring.
Yeah.
But
they've been pinning the puck in the back of the net quite a bit still in this playoffs.
I know.
Team that's struggling, like having their forward struggle. And you brought up Roope Hintz. I mean, he's injured. It's a big part of it, but he's been struggling too, right? But that's just another piece that could add a problem to the puzzle. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I do see where you're coming from. They haven't been producing in the playoffs, but we know what they're capable of, and I think that's going to be the difference.
Look, I'm still picking Dallas to win the series, but the Hintz loss, depending if he's able to come back, that's a big one. All right, so that's Dallas and Edmonton. That gets underway Thursday night. Mikey and I will be back with you following that game on Thursday. But I want to share with you some audio that was shared with me from good friends at NHL Productions. This is the Edmonton Oilers mic'd up, and it's primarily Zach Hyman and Coach Chris Knobloch mic'd up in Game 7. Take a listen.
Hey, no more. Hey, no more, I said. You really want to put your team down on this nonsense?
Arena, an all-Canadian Game 7.
When you go against a team that you play 7 times in a row, things are so tough 5-on-5.
All right, guys, start the game, making sure we're finishing our checks. All right, we don't need to go out of our way, but make sure we're finishing, being physical, letting them know it's going to be a long night, but ultimately just play our game.
Right here, huh? Keep going. Keep firing. Great start.
To be able to start the way we did, super important. I thought we were pushing the pace, we were skating, we were controlling play.
A lot of work. We're pushing, eh? Pushing the pace.
Over to Ceci. Fire. Score!
Yeah! Yeah! That's awesome! That's awesome! Yeah!
I mean, the first goal in any game is massive. I mean, the Game 7 on the road, it's huge.
Guys, give it to him. Give it to him.
Top of the point, Hronek, one-timer, he scores! Philip Hronek scores his first career playoff goal, and what a time to do it! 4:36 left in the third period. It's a 3-2 hockey game.
We gotta be Strong, boys.
4 minutes left. We need to find a way to hold on, suffocate them, and not give them any opportunities.
The Oilers clear up the right-hand side. Hyman lost it. 5 seconds. Rodick blasted. It was tipped into the far corner. And Edmonton has won Game 7. 3-2. The Oilers advance to the Western Conference Final. They'll play Dallas Thursday night. This game, this series is over.
Good luck.
Hey guys, first of all, congratulations on beating a really good team. Vancouver's a fucking great team and they played well, and we can beat anybody, any night playing that way. You guys were so good offensively, defensively. That's how we have to fucking dial them. Good job, guys. Good job.
Thanks again to our friends over at NHL Productions, Mikey, for sharing that. The poise of Knobloch during the timeout, it wasn't yelling or screaming. And, you know, when you got a coach like that at such a critical time, and his first year behind the bench, and not even a full season, his poise back there, that's where, to me, you know, I think coaching is about 40% of a team's success. But, man, on a night like that, and in this series, I'd bump it. Maybe it was 50-50.
And where did he finish in the Jack Adams Trophy voting? 5th, right?
5th in the Jack Adams voting, yes.
Yeah, he's top 3 in my opinion. I mean, like,
I don't know about that.
Well, remember everyone was like, just the Oilers were the joke of the league to start the season. They really were. And he turned their season around. He helped out once he came in. He definitely helped out and turned their season around and turned them to a juggernaut, really. So he's top 3 in my opinion. But that timeout talk where he said, we've been here before, just keep it simple. We could do this. That type of serenity, it really does affect the players, because when you do give up 2 goals and you're leading 3-0, it's all of a sudden cut down to 3-2.
Did you not think we were going to overtime?
I didn't think so.
You didn't think so?
I honestly didn't think so, no.
Oh, I did.
Because I think it was too little too late for the Canucks at that point. I think they brought on the pressure too late at the end.
Did you not watch them play against Nashville?
I did. Here, you do raise a good point. Anything could happen in playoffs hockey, all right? NHL playoffs, but I didn't think it was going to happen. But that type of serenity you bring on the bench, it really does help out the players big time, because then they believe in themselves again. They're not going to be panicking when they're out there trying to make the superhero play. So I thought that was an amazing timeout.
Yeah, very well done. And also credit Darnell Nurse, who was very vocal as well in his maturity level with this team. This year, you know, he gets beat up for some of his defensive deficiencies, but man, you know, the guy he gets a lot of the hard matchups. And then the other thing with Edmonton, and I know it may sound like I'm all over Edmonton and I'm not picking Dallas, but you know, you do watch the growth of this Oilers team, and a guy like Evan Bouchard, you know, think about his last 2 defensive partners, Mikey. Or at least 2 of his last defensive partners have been Matthias Ekholm and Duncan Keith. That's 2 pretty good guys to learn from. And Bouchard, which was a guy that was just considered to be a player that only provided offense, he's out there in the final minute of the game.
What I will say is this, John. It seems like his game and him as a person has taken a step up this year in terms of their maturity on ice. And it's so impressive to watch, because one thing I always say every night on this channel, when a player or a team is having a game, it looks like he's having fun out there. Like, he's playing with his heart. He's playing with a lot of skill, and he's just a big defenseman that could do a lot of things. And I think this is an extra element to this Oilers team that they were looking for, and they found it within one of their young guys. So it's amazing to watch Bouchard, what he's done this playoffs, and I've been really impressed with him. Truthfully, he's been one of my favorite players to watch.
Well, the big difference now for Evan Bouchard is he was a guy that you could put out when you needed a goal, not when you were trying to prevent one. And now you can put him out when you need to prevent one as well. And that's going to make him. He's not there yet, but he's knocking on the door to be a number 1 defenseman.
Yeah, and like you said, you hit it perfectly best out there. It's not when you don't, like, you want to stop a team from scoring a goal. When you need a goal, you can put him out there. And that is what added an extra element to his game, because he was always a solid defensive defenseman. Like, you knew he had the defensive attributes to be a top four pairing defenseman in NHL. And now he's done that, and he's added that extra offensive element where he scored some big goals in these playoffs, man, like some massive ones. And now you could say, like, he is a top pairing defenseman on a great NHL team. So it's something to look at. And looking back at it, he's really grown a lot since his first game, obviously. And since the start of this year, he's taken a big step in the right direction. So I'm really impressed by him, and it's just a joy watching him right now.
All right, Mikey, I'm looking at the clock here, and the boss would be yelling at us. It is time to take a break. When we come back, Mikey's going to present us with the 3 stars of the night, and we'll recap the night on ice. You're listening to Ice Cap here on NHL Network Radio and the Sirius XM app.
From in the crease to in the locker room.
Hockey Hall of Famer Henrik Lundqvist. Did you know that that could be the last time you wear the Ranger sweater?
Yeah, at that point I knew. It was just a very strange way to play your last game in the bubble. It was not the way you pictured it, not to have that last game at the Garden with the fans. It felt like something big was missing.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
The conference finals are here.
It is over. The Rangers win and advance to the Final Four.
And the place to hear your NBA and NHL hometown announcers is the Sirius XM app.
The Boston Celtics are going to the Eastern Conference Finals.
When the games mean the most, you want that local perspective.
An epic best-of-7 battle.
Syncing your hometown announcers to the action is easier than ever. Listen at home on your smart speaker or phone with the all-new Sirius XM app.
Are you kidding me?
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yep. Ox will cover your car repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on the repairs? Ox just gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside